Okay, story of my life, everyone. Better late than never. Okay. Good evening, everyone. And as I open my script, I just want to first say I am thrilled to see so many people here at a board meeting. Honestly, I can't tell you the number of times we have come into a board meeting and there are literally a handful of people here. So first thing I'm going to do is applaud all of you for being here tonight. So thank you. So this is the school board meeting for April 14th, 2015, which is now in session. Pam, roll call, please.
Mr. Craig?
Present.
Mrs. Belford?
Here.
Mrs. Henderson?
Here.
Mrs. Nisi?
Here.
And Mr. Ziegler?
Present.
At this time, I would like to ask for a moment of silence for two members of our BPS family who recently passed away. Second grade student Lacey Ann McCarty and first grade student Philip Monroe McCarty. Our thoughts are with their families, friends, and classmates during this very difficult time. Thank you. This evening, we have two students from Pinewood Elementary School to assist us in the opening exercises. Jaden Gillingham, 6th grade, will present the invocation, followed by Jace Carter, 6th grade, who will lead us in the pledge. So, Jaden? Jaden, will you pull up the microphone? And you'll begin with the invocation.
One of my favorite quotes is by Abraham Lincoln. He says, "Character is like a tree and reputation is like a shadow. The shadow is what we think of it, the tree is the real thing." To me, this means your character is the person that you want to see. My mom and dad have taught me to remember it. If I don't want it on the front page of the newspaper, I shouldn't do or say it. I think this is good advice when I try to use it throughout everyday life.
Thank you, Jaden. I try to use that advice, too. Doesn't always work. Okay, Jace, will you lead us in the pledge?
Please stand for the pledge. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Jace, since you're up at the microphone, we're going to start with you. And would you please tell the board and the audience a little bit about yourself?
My name is Jace Carter. I'm a starting forward for the Brevard Bulls. I do strings, guitar, orff, and in NEHS for the Pinewood Elementary.
Are you a 6th grade student at Pinewood?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been at Pinewood?
2 years.
2 years. And what do you think of Pinewood Elementary?
Oh, it's good. Teachers are very nice.
And what have been the best things that you've learned about at Pinewood?
Be who you are.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Be who you are.
Be who you are. Very nice. Okay. A lot of times we like to ask students if there's something that you could change about your school. What would that be?
Sports activities.
You know, somehow that doesn't surprise me with you. You'd like more sports activities?
Yes, ma'am.
Which ones would you like to see?
Basketball and football.
Basketball and football. So, okay, will you hear that, Dr. Bingley? We'll add that to our list. More sports at Pinewood Elementary. Okay. The parting gift, yes. Do you have family with you here tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you ask them to please stand and introduce them? Or wave to us if they're in the back?
My mom, my dad, my grandma, and Miss Sylvia.
Well, thank you, family, for being here tonight. You have a very nice young man. Okay, then let's talk to...
Oh, and my little brother.
Oh, little brother.
My bad.
Somebody feels neglected. Little brother over here. Okay, so then that brings up Jaden. And Jaden, would you tell the board and the audience a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm in 6th grade at Pinewood, and I love my school, but I'm in NEHS, Student Council, I'm a safety patrol, I am in news crew, and I'm in ORF, I'm in chorus.
So when do you have free time? Okay. And I also see when you're not in school, you're in something called Keegan Performance Company. Now, what's that?
It's a dance team, and I dance for Keegan Performance Company.
So it sounds like you are a very busy young lady. So have you been at Pinewood a long time?
Yes, I've been there since pre-K.
Wonderful. So you can tell us a lot about Pinewood and some of the things that you remember, that you'll remember fondly when you leave. What's some of your favorite memories?
I remember, well, I've always loved school, so I just have a lot of memories, but I just love everything about school.
Aw, that's, like I said, that's always good to hear. So if you could change something,
I think that we should have clubs on weekends so we would be able to meet and.
so as if you didn't have enough to do during the week, you want to come back on the weekends and do more clubs. Okay, so do you have family with you tonight?
Yes.
So is there anyone here first to make sure we don't,
No.
Okay, make sure we don't neglect any siblings? Will you introduce your family to us?
My mom.
Will Mom please stand? There's Mom. Thank you, Mom, for being here. Well, Jaden and Jace, it has been wonderful getting to know both of you. Would you please join your classmates again? And prior to the board meeting, we have had the pleasure of listening to the Pinewood Performing Panthers under the direction of Darcy Halloran, music director. We look forward to having the students perform one additional number.
Thank you. Our selection we will perform is Bonnie Tuck.
It was made famous by the Osmonds and is one of Tennessee's top 10 state songs.
This song is called Rocky Top, and we will feature Austin Hickman and Ivan James on the fiddles. Ain't no smoggy smoke on Rocky Top, ain't no telephone bill.
so much for having us here tonight. It is such a pleasure to work with the students at Pinewood, and I'm really proud of their hard work this year. Thank you so much for having us.
Okay, thank you to Pinewood. We're going to take a short recess so the children can gather their belongings.
Tonight's regular board meeting will begin airing live on Bright House Networks 496 in 2 minutes.
Thank you. I have never missed, and this is the one time I have to miss, so it's really, yeah. Actually, that's what I'm going for. but it was like scheduled 6 months ago, and this wasn't on the agenda then. I didn't know.
We'll begin in 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute warning out there. Can we have staff take care of these chairs up here, please?
And the board meeting will resume in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome back. I would ask as people come into the meeting if they would please quiet down. That brings us to the adoption of the agenda. Dr. Bingley.
Thank you, Ms. Nisi. Members of the board, on this evening's agenda, we have administrative staff recommendations, 4 recognition items, 1 resolution proclamation, 2 presentations, 45 consent items, 1 action item, and 8 information items. You also have the yellow supplemental agenda, which are changes made to the agenda since being released to the public. Administrative staff recommendations were added, and there is a consent revision, item F16 on student expulsions, as well as a consent addition, item F28 on job description, exceptional student education. Also, there are 3 information additions, item H62 on personnel allocations 2015-2016, item H63 on departmental reorganization plans, capital, and item H64 on departmental.
Okay, Dr. Bingley. Okay, I'm only going to say this one time. As I said in the paper today, I welcome any and all people at this meeting, but this is a meeting of the board in the public. If we cannot conduct this business meeting over the noise of the audience, this meeting will be adjourned, the audience will be cleared, and we will come back in, will not come back in to do our meeting until the audience can be quiet. So I welcome your attendance. I welcome your participation, but we cannot conduct our business meeting over shouting and cheering and yelling. Okay, continue, Dr.
Okay,
Bingley.
item H63 on departmental reorganization plans, capital, and item 64 on departmental reorganization plans, operating. I would also like to ask for the board to consider moving the recognition item for the school board art show ahead of the administrative staff recommendations due to the large number of students that are being recognized this evening.
Okay, and before I ask for a motion, Mr. Beislein, I think you also wanted to add on to our agenda today?
Yes, ma'am. I'd request that you add onto your agenda at the board member report portion 4 items. One is to approve the superintendent search timeline. 2, approve the advertisement in various publications of the superintendent search. 3, approve the superintendent salary range. And 4, approve the composition of the ad hoc superintendent search committee.
Isn't that advisory committee?
Same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to review, we're adding, very last minute, the timeline for the superintendent search, the salary range, the compensation, the composition of the advisory committee.
Yeah,
and the ads.
And the
And the advertisement.
advertisement in various publications.
Okay, and I think each board member did have the opportunity to meet with the firm this afternoon? Just looking at all of you? Okay, so now, do I have a motion to adopt the April 14th, 2015 school board meeting agenda with all of its revisions as noted?
To approve.
Second.
Okay, motion is made to approve by Mrs. Henderson, seconded by Mr. Craig. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, let's proceed with the recognition item. Dr. Bingley.
Thank you, Ms. Nisi. Item B10 is to present the annual K-12 School Board Art Show Awards. Ms. Cindy Van Meter, the Associate Superintendent of the Division of Curriculum Instruction, will make the introductions.
Good evening, Ms. Nisi, school board members, Dr. Bingley. The School Board Art Show is an annual kindergarten through 12th grade event for Brevard Public Schools in which every school is invited to participate. Student artwork is submitted by art teachers and judged by selected artists, art educators, and supporters of arts in our community. The show runs through Wednesday of this week and is open to the public. Award-winning artwork will be displayed in the lobby area through April 30th. Please feel free to walk through the show, which is in the training rooms adjacent to the boardroom, and see the excellent artwork from our Brevard students. Ms. Bridget Geiger, our K-12 Visual Arts Resource Teacher and School Board Art Show Coordinator, will now present our recognitions and awards. Bridget?
Thank you, Ms. Van Meter. And thank you, Dr. Bingley, school board members, and guests in attendance this evening for your continued support of Brevard Public Schools' outstanding art programs. We are indeed fortunate to have quality art programs in our schools in which students have many opportunities to explore and express their creativity in a safe, risk-taking environment. Quality visual arts programs are not about painting by number, coloring handouts, assembling craft kits, copying published photos, or mass-producing images from pre-designed patterns. Instead, they focus on studies and applications of skills, techniques, and processes, the elements and principles of design, art history, global connections, visual communication, and technology for the future. These areas of study and concepts have helped students develop and enrich the critical thinking, problem-solving, and innovation they will need to be successful in all areas of their lives during the 21st century. Art teachers design lessons that align with standards and integrate with core subjects. The selected artwork on exhibit next door showcases some of the very best of our students' creative efforts and talents. The art show was judged by representatives from Brevard Public Schools, the Brevard Schools Foundation, Brevard Cultural Alliance, professional local artists, and art educators. And I'd like to thank them for volunteering their time to come out to the exhibit last Thursday and spend several hours closely looking at the work and reading the artist's statements. They were amazed by the quality of work in this exhibit of almost 400 works of art from K-12 students and had a very difficult time selecting the winners. And now it is time to recognize the award-winning student artist of the evening. Will Dr. Bingley and our school board chair, Ms. Amy Nisi, please come down to the front and help present the awards? And Ms. Lee Taylor, member of our school board art exhibit team and Sable elementary art teacher, is going to help pass out the certificates. We are going to begin with the cover design award. Let me call attention to the 2015 School Board Art Show program cover. We were handing those out in the exhibit area next door, and each student who participated in this exhibit, each art teacher will get one. Every year, students can submit illustrations to be considered for the School Board Art Show cover design, and there were 11 entries submitted by middle school students this year. The winning design is titled Larry the Lion. He looks like a Larry, doesn't he? And it's a scratchboard illustration created by Kylie Fowler, an 8th grade student of art teacher Marisa Flint at Edgewood Junior Senior High School. The original illustration is on display next door in the exhibit. Will Kylie please come forward? We are going to present her with a certificate, a palette lapel pin, and she will receive a $25 gift card from our art show presenting sponsor Target, along with a certificate. Yes. And if any of you know what scratchboard art is, it's very unforgiving. It's drawing in reverse, so to speak, and you make a mistake, you can't fix it. So it's a beautiful piece, Kylie. Thank you. All right, now we're going to recognize all our other recipients. Will the first row please stand up? We are going to begin with our young students on this end. This is a special recognition award for kindergarten. First student is Raceland McHatton. Did I say that right? Go around the corner. There you go. From Roosevelt Elementary. Alyssa Denny from Pinewood Elementary. Skylar Kumbalek Braun from Lewis Carroll Elementary. Julian Herreros from Odyssey Prep Academy in first grade. Caleb Gilchrist from Pinewood Elementary in first grade. Jonathan Camp from Mims Elementary, first grade. Delilah Cooper from West Melbourne School of Science Elementary, first grade. Annalie Costin, Krista McAuliffe Elementary in second grade. Maria Thering from Robert Louis Stevenson School of the Arts. We start the next row. Maria? We're almost done with all the special recognition. Maria? Is Maria here? Maria's up there. I'm sorry. Alexis Stewart from Audubon. I apologize. And Megan Vu from Meadow Lane Primary Elementary. And these are our special recognition winners from K through second grade. Smile big. Thank you. You can come back to your seat, sit down. They've done a really good job being patient with all this. Okay, our next category is going to be for grades 3 through 4. So will the next group of students stand up? Our first award winner is for first place 2D in grades 3 through 4, Hannah Kirksmar from Audubon Elementary. Second place 2D award, Emma Aiken from Sunrise Elementary. Third place 2D award, Jason Barnhart from University Park Elementary. Okay, we're going to go to first place 3D award, Lillian Cook from Sculptor Charter Elementary. Second place 3D award, Danielle Carlo from Harbor City Elementary. And third place 3D award, Dia Patel from Palm Bay Academy. And these are our third through fourth grade winners. Thank you. And now for our 5th and 6th grade winners. First place, Ada Morero from Spessard Holland Elementary. Second place 2D award, Alexis Univer from Suntree Elementary. Third place 2D award, Anthony Lucker from Port Malabar Elementary. First place 3D award is Maddie Calvert from Manatee Elementary. Second place 3D, Kristen Nguyen from Dr. W.J. Creel Elementary. Nguyen? Christina? Yes. And third place 3D is Kai McAllister from Mila Elementary, and Miss Tricia Audette Henderson is going to accept Kai's award. And this is our 5th and 6th grade winners. For 7th through 8th grade, this is our middle school category. First place, 2D award, Brittany Barron from Southwest Middle School. Second place, 2D award, Hunter Holiday from Stone Magnet Middle School. Third place, 2D award, Leah Rannon from Edgewood Junior Senior High School. First place 3D award, Brett Neal from McNair Magnet Middle School. Second place 3D award, Billy Castillo from Sculptor Charter School. Third place 3D award, Tiffany Gray from Madison Middle School. And these are our middle school award winners. Okay, we're almost there. Almost there. Now to the senior high level. The senior high is divided into 4 categories. We have a digital photography, 2D, 3D, and a ceramics category. So we're going to start with the digital art and photography. First place goes to Janelle Robison from Merritt Island High School. I'm sorry. Second place goes to Elizabeth Minner from Merritt Island High School. And our third place winner is Jackie Mezadieu from Heritage High School. I don't know if Jackie's here tonight, but let's give her applause. First place 2D is for Caitlin Hill from Space Coast Junior Senior High School. Second place 2D, Christopher Armeda from Titusville High School. And third place 2D is Hector Roman from Rockledge High School. First place 3D, Aura Martinez from Melbourne High School. And our second and third place winners, second place 3D, Crystal Phillips. And third place 3D, Brianna Zimmerman. They were unable to make it. So we're going to move to the ceramics category. First place ceramics, Savannah Cruz from Merritt Island High School. Third place ceramics, Evan Hall from Vieira High School. And these are our senior high category winners. Thank you. Now we're moving on to the big awards. Our Best of Show and our Purchase Awards. The Best of Shows are selected by grade level. We have a Best of Show for elementary, one for middle, and one for high school, and the same way with our Purchase Awards. We'll start with the Best of Show for elementary is Haley Smith from Indy Atlantic Elementary. Best of Show for middle school, Timothy Simonson from Sculptor Charter School. And Best of Show for high school, Gianna Santucci from Merritt Island High School. And they will be receiving a $50 gift card to Michael's Arts and Crafts and a sketchbook a little bit later. All their artwork is returned to the students through their art teachers at school later this week. So they'll also be receiving their ribbons and their artwork back. All right, let's go on to the Purchase Awards. The purchase awards are sponsored through the Brevard Schools Foundation, and what this is we select artwork that becomes part of a permanent collection here at the ESF building. And so these pieces are going to be purchased from the student. They receive an award for their artwork, and we will get their artwork framed, ready to go for a professional look, and they'll either be in the lobby area here, in one of the main offices, for all to see and enjoy. So our purchase award for elementary and a $50 gift or a $50 cash award they'll receive later this week from Hunter Haskins at Audubon Elementary. Our purchase award for middle school is Leah Rannon from Edgewood Junior Senior High, and she wins $100. And our purchase award for high school is Abby Camacho from Vieira High School for $200. And I want to thank everyone here that supports our arts education programs. We have some wonderful creative talent in Brevard County. Thank you again.
Okay, we're going to clear some space again and let those wonderful art students and their families clear out if they'd like, so we're going to take a 1-minute break. Sounds good. Oh, that's not bad. Oh. Okay. Well, it's still not bad. We can do it. Okay, we'll do them all. Christian thing. You know, I shouldn't have had to go over to Lieutenant Scully and get him to quiet her down over there. That's what he's here for.
He was back.
No, he was over here. Yes. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order now. Okay, Dr. Bingley, let's move on to the administrative staff recommendations.
Ms. Nisi, members of the board, under item A7, you have 11 administrative staff recommendations to consider.
What are the wishes of the board?
To accept.
Second.
Motion to approve was made by Mr. Ziegler, seconded by Mrs. Henderson. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. That is a long list tonight, folks. We should at least discuss some, make them nervous out there. Motion carries unanimously. Dr. Bingley?
Thank you, members of the board, and with the board's permission, and as has become customary, I would like to take this time to welcome our administrators to their new positions, as well as say thank you to to ones who we have here this evening who will be retiring. So I would like to start first with our congratulations to Mr. Frank O'Leary on his reclassification and transfer from the position, he's got a fan club out there, position of Assistant Principal at Suntree Elementary to Principal at Apollo Elementary effective July 1. Mr. O'Leary.
I would like to thank the school board and Dr. Bingley for giving me the opportunity to work with the community at Apollo Elementary School. Also look forward to being on Dr. Reinhardt's North Area team, and I would like to recognize my two mentors who are here tonight, Michelle Giambetti, Principal at Suntree Elementary, and Cindy Wilson, Principal at Sherwood Elementary. Thank you very much.
We now move along and welcome Jennifer Brockwell. Ms. Brockwell will be leaving her post as Assistant Principal at Challenger 7 and assume the principal role at Oak Park Elementary beginning in July. Ms. Brockwell.
Good evening. I would like to thank the board members, Dr. Bingley, the area superintendents, and the interview selection committee for selecting me for Oak Park Elementary School. Tonight I have with me my mom, Miss Ann Harris, and my stepdad, Mr. Richard Harris, and my sister-in-law, Anna Rhodes, and my family members on Bright House. I just want to thank you. Family support is very important, and I'm very blessed to have a great family support. Also with me is my principal, Dr. Carol Mella. Thank you, Dr. Mella, for many great years. We've been together for over 10 years, and I thank you for having faith in me as a leader and giving me great opportunities. And my Challenger family out there, I'm really going to miss you, but I definitely look forward to being the principal at Oak Park Elementary. Thank you so much.
Next, please congratulate Ms. Wendy Smith on her reclassification and transfer from the position of Assistant Principal at Mims Elementary to the position of Principal at Cambridge Elementary, effective July 1. Ms. Smith.
Hi, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to my new challenge that lies ahead of me. I have with me my mom, Kay Stewart, retired Brevard County teacher. I have my sister, Cheryl Gill. I have my principal, current principal, Sherry Tressler, who we've worked with, we just figured out, 14 years. And the AP at Cambridge, Corey Hurst. My husband and children are currently right now at Space Coast High School because my daughter's playing in the district softball championship. So I'm trying to get a text to see who's winning. So I'd like to thank you, and I look forward to everything.
And now let us welcome Susan Schroeder. Ms. Schroeder will be leaving her position as Assistant Principal at Ocean Breeze Elementary and will become the Principal of Meadow Lane Primary, effective July 1. Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you, Dr. Bingley and the board. I really appreciate the confidence that you've shown in me in selecting me for Meadow Lane Primary. I think I've said I'm so excited, probably, I don't even know, 2,000 times in the last 2 days, and I truly am. I have with me tonight my dad, Bill Dugan, and our friend Gloria Horton. My husband, David, incredibly supportive husband, and my daughter, Lauren, who joined me unexpectedly. Very excited that she's here today. I also have my principal, Lori Herring, who has just been an awesome mentor for me for the last 5 years, and Mrs. Keiss and Janice Rutherford, part of my new family at Meadow Lane, also came to support me tonight. So I thank them very much, and I really look forward to the opportunity to be at Meadow Lane Primary.
Next, please join us in congratulating Ms. Adrienne Schwab as she begins her new chapter at Meadow Lane Intermediate as principal in July 1. Ms. Schwab most recently serves as the AP there at Meadow Lane Intermediate.
Thank you, Dr. Bingley and Board, for this opportunity to serve Brevard County Schools as a principal. I am a product of Brevard County Schools as well as my children, who I am very proud of. I would like to thank Dr. Mullins and Anna Diaz for their continued support and mentoring of me as an assistant principal over the last few years. I have been extremely blessed to have Carrie Nash as a mentor and exemplary leader, and I want to thank you for your continuous guidance, support, and belief in me always. I hope that she will continue to mentor me even as she retires, and so that I can carry a piece of her legacy with me. To my family and friends, thank you for your continuous support and understanding. My husband Mike, who's here with me tonight, as well as my son Brandon and daughter Kylie, thank you for always being my biggest cheerleaders and stronghold. To my Meadow Lane Intermediate family, thank you for always showing professionalism and dedication to ensuring student success in all that you do. I'm very excited about this journey that I am about to embark on and feel honored and privileged to have been chosen as the principal for Meadow Lane Intermediate School.
Next, we want to congratulate Mr. Robert Pruitt on his reclassification transfer from the position of assistant principal at Delora Middle School to the position of principal at Delora Middle School, and his new journey will begin on July 1 as well.
Thank you, Dr. Bingley. Thank you, Board, Ms. Klein, Area Superintendent. Thank you all for this opportunity for me to continue to serve the community of Delora Middle School teachers and the students. I really look forward to that. And to Ms. Shirley, current principal, thank you for your help and guidance. And Mr. Johnson, I saw him here tonight. Thank you, sir, for your help and guidance over the last few years as well. Tonight I have my beautiful wife, Jennifer. She's a teacher at Croton Elementary, and my son, Tyler, at Vieira High School, freshman there, and my beautiful daughter, Emma, who's a sixth grader at Croton. I thank you guys for your support, and I look forward again to serving Delora Middle School and the community that we serve. Thank you.
Next, we want to congratulate Ms. Mary Bland, who will be leaving her position as assistant principal at Bayside High School to take the principalship at Stone Middle School. Ms. Bland.
I would like to say thank you to the board and Dr. Bingley and everyone who has mentored me. I don't want to go on because there is a long list, but thank you to Dr. Mullins and Dr. Theddy, who gave me my first chance. And also, I don't know where Mr. Novelli is, but there he is. And thank you to Mr. Novelli and my current principal, Chris Moore. She has been amazing, and I appreciate her. And I don't want to leave out my husband, Steve, and my daughter, Lauren, and my son, Kellen, for supporting me and putting up with me. And when I'm home late and not giving me a hard time, I really appreciate it. But I want to say I'm very thankful to be going to such an amazing school, amazing staff, students, and programs, and to follow Mr. Johnson, who's been an amazing principal, and I hope to carry on that tradition. So thank you so much.
And next, we want to congratulate Lori Braga, as she will become the new principal at Indian Atlantic Elementary School effective July 1. Ms. Braga has been serving as assistant principal at Southwest Middle School since 2011.
I want to thank the board too, just like everybody else. I want to thank the board, but I also want to thank all the principals that I had to mentor me, starting with the late great Dr. McIntyre, Mr. Robin Novelli, Mr. Rob Fish, and of course Mr. Todd Shear, who couldn't be here tonight with us. But I do have my daughter, Sierra, who is also a product of Brevard County Schools, and she'll be graduating from FIT in just a few weeks, so we're excited about that. I brought Southwest's famous GSP, Laura Glover, and our wonderful bookkeeper and principal secretary, Becky Van Horn. She was our bookkeeper at Mel High way back when I taught there. So I have been teaching and been an educator in Brevard County for over 20 years. I am so looking forward to becoming the principal at Indian Atlantic. I want to thank Mr. Dunkel for calling me up and welcoming me. And the first thing I said to him was, I feel like I won the lottery this time. So I want to thank everybody for their support. And let me not forget Barbara Rodriguez back there, who kept all us APs grounded and trained us properly so that we could become principals here at Brevard County. Thank you very much.
Before we recognize our one retiree, I always do want to say to all of you that are taking on this new challenge, we thank you so much for what you're going to do for our teachers, for our children. And for those who came with you, we always never lose the opportunity to say thank you for not only being here tonight, because that's important, but for the love and the patience that I know you show to allow them, and indeed all of us, to do the work that we do. So on behalf of them and all of our children, congratulations to all our new principals, and to families, we thank you for everything. Now, we do have one employee here tonight who we will be retiring this summer, and we truly want to recognize and thank her for the service she has provided to our teachers, our students, and to our district. Claudia Shirley, principal of Delora Middle School since January 2011, began her Brevard career at Palm Bay High School as a science and PE teacher. Ms. Shirley was appointed assistant principal of Satellite High in 1994, later transferred to West Shore Junior Senior High School in 2001, where she remained until her principalship at Delora. So, Ms. Shirley, if you could stand, we want to thank you for all that you've done for everything in Brevard.
I'd like to thank you, Dr. Bingley, and the board for giving me the opportunity to work in such a great district for over 35 years. It's been an honor and pleasure. And I'd also like to thank my colleagues, my mentors, teachers, all right, who are here tonight, as well as also anybody who has put up with me, all right, and for working with me and assisting me and supporting me throughout those many years. It's been an honor and a pleasure. I'd also like to thank my husband, who's watching this at home, all right. He knew there was going to be a crowd tonight. So thank you, and have a great time for you guys in the next years.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shirley, and thank you for all you've done.
Okay, that brings us back to recognition of visitors, guests, or staff.
Thank you, Ms. Nisi. There are 3 more recognition items this evening. Item B8 is our Spotlight on Education segment. Shares the many of the exciting, innovative, and excellent programs, activities, and projects that are happening in our schools. Featured with us this evening is Titusville High School, who will be sharing about their school's career and technical education programs and how they provide our students with rich, real-life work experiences. So please welcome Ms. Ellen Lawrence, Titusville High School CTE Chair, as well as, I think the head terrier is coming forward as well.
Go Terriers.
There you go. That was it. So, Ms. Lawrence, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. We just want to use this spotlight time to showcase our CTE programs at THS. These programs allow our students to get real-world experience while pursuing their career interests, as well as they have the opportunity to earn industry certification, dual enrollment, and advanced placement as well. So enjoy the video. We have a video for you to watch.
Yeah, you have to start it. Yeah, you actually start it from there.
What do I do?
Oh, I'm the last person you want to ask.
Yeah. It's true. Just hit
I gotta say, technology never likes me.
No. Nope, I was told it would just be start. Okay.
Titusville High and Brevard Public Schools believe in preparing students for the real world. That's why THS offers 7 career and technical education programs. Our automotive program offers 4 core areas of study in automotive service. These are steering, brakes, electrical, and engine performance. Internships with local auto shops in Titusville are offered for students who qualify and are interested in working in the automotive field. Students learn firsthand what the employee can expect from his or her employer and what the employer expects from the employee.
Wow.
Titusville High and Brevard Public Schools believe in preparing students for the real world. That's why THS offers 7 career and technical education programs. Our automotive program offers 4 core areas of study in automotive service. These are steering, brakes, electrical, and engine performance. Internships with local auto shops in Titusville are offered for students who qualify and are interested in working in the automotive field. Students learn firsthand what the employee can expect from his or her employer and what the employer expects from the employee. Culinary arts prepare students for employment in the food service and hospitality industry. Students are trained in the use and care of tools and equipment, along with culinary terms and food safety. They also cater special functions throughout the year for our community and school, where students get hands-on training. In fashion design, students learn basic sewing and design skills, leading to more advanced clothing construction techniques as they progress through the program. Students use industry and state-of-the-art equipment, including computerized sewing machines, commercial machines, and the latest software for patent drafting and designing. Patient Care Assistant is a dual enrollment course offered to seniors. Through coursework and clinical experience, students are prepared to become state-certified nurses' aides. Our training sites and business partners are Parrish Medical Center, Royal Oaks Nursing and Rehab Center, and Vista Manor. HOSA, the Health Occupation Students of America, is our career and technical student organization. The Web and Digital Design programs offer an innovative, integrated learning environment focused on computers, technology, and communications. In the Web Design program, students will move past learning how to write code and progress to designing professional-looking websites. Working individually and in teams, students will learn to work with web page layout and graphical elements to create a professional-looking website. Digital design students will learn the tools of the trade as they create digital media applications, lay out pages, use color and text, integrate sound and video, and adapt and develop content for not only print media, but also for delivery on computers, mobile phones, and the expanding realm of digital media devices. Television production gives students experience in front of and behind the camera, in studio production and field production, as well as making stuff like this. Titusville High, preparing students for tomorrow. Titusville High and Brevard Public Schools believe in preparing students for the real world. That's why THS...
As you can see, we go full speed. Thank you, Dr.
Oh, sorry. I'm off.
Never mind, I'll go. Item B9
Yeah.
is the recognition of the Office of Budgeting, Cost Accounting, and FTE for receiving the Meritorious Budget Awards for 2014-15. Judy Preston, Associate Superintendent for Financial Services, will facilitate the recognition.
Good evening. I'm very pleased to be here this evening to announce that our Office of Budgeting, Cost Accounting, and FTE has once again been awarded two very prestigious recognitions. One of them is the Meritorious Budget Award from ASBO, that's the Association of School Business Officials. The other one is the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award, and that's from GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association. Both of these awards represent the highest form of recognition and excellence in the preparation and issuance of a governmental entity's budget. In both cases, the district's 2014-15 budget document was reviewed by an impartial panel and was judged to meet the highest standards. The ASBO award, of course, is only awarded to school districts, but the GFOA award is awarded to any governmental agency within the United States that meets those high standards. In both cases, we have been fortunate again, as I said earlier, to receive these awards. To kind of put it in context, of course, not every school district or every governmental agency in the United States would apply. But out of approximately 14,000 school districts nationwide, last year there were only 131 that received this award. Now, I have no idea how many governmental agencies there are in the country. I'm sure it's hundreds of thousands. And last year, 1,425 of those received this award. 3 ladies, actually, in our budget department made this achievement happen, and those 3 ladies are with me this evening. To my immediate left, we have Karen Strickland, who is our Director of Budgets, Cost Accounting, and FTE. Then we have Gail Danver, who is our Budget Analyst, and last but not least is Deborah Lotzbaugh. She is our Budget Coordinator. So if the Superintendent and Mrs. Nisi would come and join me out front, please.
No, it's very heavy.
Well, you just need to go to Texas then.
Item B11 is the award presentation for 9 schools that received recognition from the University of South Florida as positive behavior support model schools for the 2013-14 school year. I'm now going to turn it over to Donna Boberski, who will introduce, our presenter.
Good evening, Dr. Bingley and the board members. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jason Lobley. He's a certified behavior analyst for the school board and our district contact on positive behavior support, and he will be presenting our awards to our 9 model schools this evening. Jason?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to recognize 9 schools that have put exemplary work into their implementation of school-wide positive behavior support. Over the last 5 years, school-wide positive behavior support has grown from a few schools to 24 and counting. As our number of schools trained increases, we're fortunate to have a good percentage of them sustain high fidelity of implementation and continue to attain recognition from the University of South Florida's Positive Behavior Support Project. PBS provides a framework for implementing a multi-tiered system of support for student behavior. It provides positive and evidence-based alternative to traditional methods of discipline with the aim to create a positive school climate that employs preventative, teaching, and reinforcement-based strategies to improve academic and behavioral outcomes for students. All PBS schools attend a 3-day intensive team training and are provided with ongoing assistance from myself and USF's PBS project. PBS model schools are ones that exemplify best practices in positive behavior support and effectively implement a multi-tiered system of support for their students. They have well-established school-wide expectations, teach these expectations within the various contexts of the school environment, and have created engaging student and staff recognition systems, involve parents and community members, and utilize data for decision making. So our first school to be recognized, if I could, Dr. Bingley and Mrs. Nisi, would you please come down and help hand out the awards? So my first school to be recognized is Discovery Elementary School. Mrs. Elizabeth Evander, please come accept this certificate from the University of South Florida's PBS project. Discovery was awarded with a bronze. This is Discovery's second Model School Award. Our next school to be recognized is Andrew Jackson Middle School. Mrs. Anitha Jones, please come down and accept the certificate. Congratulations on your Silver Model School Award. And that's Jackson's second Model School Award as well. The Atlantis Elementary, Mrs. Cynthia Adams, please come down and accept your Gold Model School Award. Atlantis has been awarded 4 Model School Awards. Our next school is Cambridge Elementary. Mrs. Hyla Mercer, please come down and accept your Gold Model School Award. Our next school is Cape View Elementary. Mrs. Jill Keene, please come down and accept your award. This is Cape View's 3rd Gold Model School Award. Next is Croton Elementary. Mrs. Roseanne Bennett, please come down and accept your Gold Model School Award. This is Croton's 2nd Model School Award. Next school to be recognized is O'Galley High School. Mr. Jeremy Solomon, please come and accept the certificate. Congratulations. Next school is Endeavor Mr. Wilson, please come down and accept your Gold Model School Award. And the final school is Sable Elementary. Mrs. Stephanie Hall, please come and accept your certificate, your Gold Model School Award. This is Sable's 4th model school. So thanks again for all the great work, and appreciate your dedication to PBS.
Okay, Dr. Bingley, are there any resolutions or proclamations for the board to consider this evening?
Yes, Ms. Nisi. Item C12 is a resolution endorsing the observance of May 6th through May 12th as National Nurses Week in Brevard Public Schools. Michelle Irwin, Director of Community Relations, will read this for us.
Whereas the week of May 6th through 12th, 2015 is recognized in Florida as National Nurses Week, and whereas our children are our future, and by investing in them today, we are securing our business, community, and state leaders for tomorrow. And whereas the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of our children is paramount to their growth and development. And whereas Brevard school nurses are dedicated healthcare professionals who work in collaboration with families, schools, and communities to develop and promote comprehensive healthcare programs for our youth. And whereas in addition to providing for students' immediate health needs, school nurses continually promote healthy lifestyles and provide health and safety education to students and staff. And whereas Brevard County Schools are encouraged to promote the good health of our students and recognize school nurses for their contributions to the health of our children, now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of Brevard County wishes to call attention to the important contributions of school nurses and to endorse the observance of National Nurses Week in Brevard County Public Schools, adopted at the regular session on April 14th, 2015.
Okay, what are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve. Second.
Motion was made to approve by Mrs. Henderson, seconded by Mrs. Belford. Oh, it's been a long evening. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. Dr. Bingley.
Thank you, Ms. Nisi, members of the board. We have two brief presentations on tonight's agenda. First, we will hear from Dr. Karen Schaefer, Director of Assessment Accountability. We knew the board wanted just a brief update on how our testing is going, and Dr. Schaefer will let us know where we stand.
Maybe. Technical difficulties, one moment, please.
And that's where we stand, right?
Well, apropos. That's what I heard. How we heard from the state.
Sorry, I just couldn't resist when you said that, Karen.
Well, good evening to the board and to our audience. And I noticed the closer it came to be my time to talk about testing, the fewer and fewer audience members we had. But I do appreciate that you asked to get a little update on testing. As you may recall, the last time we had any serious communications about the current state of testing, things weren't quite as rosy as we had hoped they were going to be. We had a good start with our paper-based testing. We started off with writing at the beginning of March, and this is just a calendar that I just wanted to kind of reference as we talk about the tests. Paper-based testing with writing went just fine. We did not get such a good start with our
The board is not seeing that, Karen.
computer-based test. I'm sorry?
The board is not seeing whatever you're putting up. We're just seeing you. It's not your fault.
It's not your
up on
fault. We need a
screen.
technology person
Technology
to-
needs to put it on our screens up here.
Okay.
So if they're listening in the back, we want to see what Karen's putting up. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Okay, we're good. So with our writing test, we did get off to a rough start. The writing test was our very first attempt at doing the new FSA, the Florida Standards Assessment. and it was the first time the state had deployed it and the first time our students had an opportunity to take it. And again, with our computer-based testing on the FSA, we definitely had some problems. On the first day, our teachers couldn't sign in. On the second day, the students couldn't sign in to test. We had students getting bumped out of the test, and eventually we had some students who lost their work. So it took 2 weeks for us to try to make sure that as many students as possible had the opportunity to test. We did have most of our schools were successful, and we probably did better than many of the other districts that we were hearing about that had some very, very major problems. So by the end of testing, in that 2-week window, all of the students who were supposed to test were tested. There were only 3 students that we had some problems with at the end of the 2 weeks. And those 3 students had completed their test, or had at least had an opportunity to begin their test and had gotten much of the way through the test. But in fact, through no fault of their own, when their computers blipped out, when they highlighted, the work that they had done had disappeared. We had other students whose work had disappeared, but in every case except for these 3 students, the AIR folks were able to recover the work so that the students were able to go back in. And it wasn't necessarily that day, wasn't even necessarily the next day or the next day, but by the end of the testing window, all but 3 students were able to actually have their work recovered so that they were able to complete it. Those 3 students who they were not able to complete the work, there were 2 10th grade students, and of course this is a critical piece of meeting the graduation requirement for the ELA. So those two students, they completely reset, the AIR folks completely reset their writing tests, and they gave them a new prompt, and they retook the test. Because in the interest of meeting the graduation requirement, they were willing to do that. There was one 9th grader who had completely lost his work, and he chose not to complete the test because it wasn't tied to graduation or promotion.
Good for him.
Okay. So,
sorry.
So that was, to say the least, it was an inauspicious beginning for us with our FSA testing, and certainly did not set the tone well for what was to come. The good news was that what came next didn't have anything to do with FSA. These were the retakes that we do at the high school for the students to meet the graduation requirement, and they are done on a different testing platform through TestNav. These are the tests that we've been administering for the last several years. They had changed the platform a little bit, but we had a few little change of platform kind of issues, but nothing. And what makes this great is anything compared to the writing doesn't seem so bad. So with the Pearson things, we had no significant problems. We did have one school that there were some TestNav issues, and they were not able to test during the first week. You right, that first week was when we had only Monday through Thursday. When they came back on Monday, their tech, kudos to the tech, kudos to the test coordinator. They had been working with the AIR folks through the FSA portal. They had been working with our network people. And on Monday, when the students came back in to test during that second week, every single computer worked, everything worked fine, and that one school was able to test all of their students. So we had no one who was not able to take the retakes, and that was, like I said, compared to what happened that first time with the writing, that all of the things that we did through the TestNav and the Pearson platform really went quite fine. So the next pieces that we did were the FSA ELA reading test that was for 3rd grade and 4th grade. And because our 3rd graders and 4th grades don't test on the computer, obviously those were all paper-based testing, and it was smooth as ice. We didn't have any problems, any complaints, go paper pencil. Exactly.
Gee, go figure.
Following that, because the writing is now a part of a combined score to go with the ELA reading test that will combine to make the full ELA test score, there were concerns, lots and lots of concerns, about students who were present to take the writing test that we gave at the beginning of March, but may not be present in a timely fashion to have taken the, to take the whole test that they needed to be able to take to get a reading score. So the DOE extended the window, put in an extended window for any students who were new students or who needed to make up the test to ensure that as many students as possible would have both pieces of the score that they needed to get a complete ELA score. So we did test during that window on computer-based testing, and that was FSA testing, and we didn't have any problems with that during that week at all. So we were able to do those make-up tests. And again, then following that, we had more paper pencil testing with our 3rd and 4th graders. Now, I'll tell you what, those 3rd and 4th grade teachers are happy, and they're moving along, sailing along. We had no problems at all with the math.
So the story so far is paper and pencil works.
So far, so good.
Wow.
So then comes the part we were holding our breath for. Starting yesterday, Monday, was the first new opportunity that we had to try the FSA testing platform again. We know for sure that there had been some significant work going on because AIR shut down the test delivery system for several days I'm going to guess, for some major maintenance and some things that they couldn't do on weekends or evenings, which in fact bumped out some of our teachers who needed to do practice tests because we didn't know that was going to happen. They shut down the practice tests as well. But they did shut it down, and Monday, my recommendation to our schools was to hold off on testing if at all possible on Monday. Don't test on Monday. Let's see how things go in the rest of the state. Let's see how the platform is performing. And there were many of our elementary schools did because they had enough paper pencil tests that they were administering today. So yesterday was the first day of the window, and to our magnificent surprise, we really did not have any of the kinds of problems that we had with that first week of writing. We had no problems with teachers being able to sign on, no problems with students being able to sign on. It appeared that everything was stable and was working pretty well. Not to say that everything was perfect, because this is a brand new test and we had a lot of new folks working on the platform now. Remember, elementary didn't test on the computer at all during the writing portion of the test, so we were bringing our elementary folks on as well as some other folks who had not done any computer-based testing. And we had the kinds of problems that you would expect with any new vehicle. Imagine, for example, that you were buying a car from a state, from a foreign country called Utavia, okay? Utavia. And in that foreign country, they had built a car that worked really well in the desert. And those people in that foreign country, maybe they drove on the other side of the road, and they had some different kinds of language things. They called the hood the bonnet and those kind of things, all right? And then all of a sudden, that car company wants to bring that car to Florida and drive it in the swamps. Well, we had some of those kind of transition problems. For example, with the ELA test, it requires headphones for an audio part of the test. We did start getting some reports from schools, not consistent, but some schools that said when there comes a part in the script where it asks the students to test, there's a sound check. Do you hear the bell in the sound check? And in some cases, the students were not able to. Well, what we found is that really was not an AIR problem. It was a problem with us understanding that you had to have the earphones plugged in before you brought the FSA test platform up in order for it to work. So there were things like that were occurring. We had some problems. It was a 2-session test, session 1 on one day, session 2 on the next day. And there were some words that were not very clear to everybody. For example, if it said to go to the next, that would be an intuitive thing, go to the next screen. but in fact, what that would do was take the kids to the next session. So we had some things in translation from Utavian to Florida that didn't necessarily translate very well. The good news on that is, once again, it wasn't an AIR problem. It could be something where they certainly improve what the kids see and help understand what the buttons are that they're supposed to press. But the good news is that we were able to go in and get all of those kids back to where they needed to be. If they needed to be back in session 1, they called us. We do a little reopen the test in session 1 for the child, and we opened them up. If they needed to not get out of session 2, then we were able to fix every problem that we had with those. So the kinds of problems we had were nothing like what we had with the writing, which were inherent system problems. And these were things that were due to a lack of familiarity with the system on our part, and some things that we think that they need to do a little better on their part to make it more clear about what students are expected to do. So all in all, I think we've tested now for 2 days on the new system. On Monday, at the end of the day, after we had tested some of the schools and we found those 2 problems, I put out a day 1 lessons learned sheet that about what you need to do to make sure that everybody has their earphones plugged in ahead of time and what to do if you can't get those sounds. And I sent out another one about here's what you need to do to make sure your kids are on track, and if they're not on track and press the wrong button, then here's the number, call us and we can get you back on track. So we've been able to make those communications. And so the testing, I will tell you right now, this big second session of the FSA testing has gone much better. So those are the 2 tests that we're working on right now. We've completed pretty much the paper pencil science test, and most of our schools are working diligently on the reading tests. So we still have some more to go. You know that we do test pretty much through the end of May. Most of the tests that are coming up, you can see the next big block of tests. We start doing some EOC testing. We are testing with our FSA math test coming up at the end of April. And for the most part, you'll also notice on May 4 through 7, we do have another of the extended windows for that writing, for if they're still trying to make sure that every child has an opportunity to take the writing to match up with the ELA reading test to get a complete score. So that's what the calendar looks like through the rest of it. Anywhere where you see NGSS, that's where we're testing on the TestNav platform, and the other tests are the FSA platform. So we will continue to use a blended platform through to the end, especially in our secondary schools.
Okay, I know I have some questions, but we'll start with Mrs. Henderson.
Okay, was there any district testing on the listening part?
There were practice tests that gave the schools the opportunity for the children to be able to use the headphones and to be able to test them ahead of time. Whether or not the practice tests were different than the actual test, or there was different because, remember, when you're pulling up a practice test, you're pulling up a program in one format. If you're pulling up the real test, it's a different thing. So I don't know if there was a difference in how those headphones reacted to the 2 different programs, but they did have an opportunity to practice with headphones ahead of time.
The other thing is that I heard from a student, mine, who said that they listened and heard the bell, but when the speaking part came on, it was so faint you couldn't hear it. And so she was having difficulty with that. I also spoke to a principal today who said that the commonality in his testing was that the 11 that didn't work.
The what didn't work?
The 11 students who couldn't hear at his school, which was a different school, was because, or what they assumed was because those students brought in their own, which was different than the school ones. So, I mean, I think we need to make sure all of that, there's a lot of questionable things going on.
Well, and we did provide...
At the expense of the kids.
We did provide funding for schools to be able to purchase headphones. In addition to that, ET took some of their I want to say bonus money, but that's not what it was. It was their, when they buy things through GovConnections, they get credits, and so they took those credits and they purchased headphones with those and made those available to schools. So we really tried to make sure that schools had ones that we had purchased or that they had purchased so that students didn't have to take their own. But that's certainly something that we can pursue. One of the things that we did find that on some of the ones where the volume wasn't adjusted, when the students logged out, and they went back into if the tech went into the computer and adjusted the volume within the computer itself, many times that addressed that issue. But again, that's one of these new things in the test that we've never dealt with that before, and so I think now, moving forward, we should have a better grip on what it takes to make this work well.
Yeah, well, I still say I like paper pencil, but anyway, I have 3 questions. Our virtual school students, because I saw the EOCs listed there. I've received a lot of questions from parents who have students taking, let's say, Algebra 1 online. And they ask at their school, I'll just use Satellite, for instance, and they're being told it could be any time from next week to the end of next month. Won't those kids be pulled at the same time to take their Algebra 1 EOC as other, let's say, Satellite High Algebra 1 EOCs?
We have a testing window within which time we have to test all of our students, and I can't tell you that the virtual students will necessarily test at exactly the same time, because one of the things, remember, that we did in Brevard was we tried to keep the testing window fairly short and compact so we didn't have kids testing weeks and weeks and weeks apart. And it is possible that when a virtual student is scheduled to test, they're within the state window, but they may not necessarily be when the other students in the school are testing. They could.
I guess what I'm confused about, the one student I'm thinking about was said it could be any time from next week to the end of next month. And that didn't seem right in terms of a testing window to me.
Well, I'd be glad to check on that to make
Okay,
sure.
we'll talk
but
afterwards.
As long as it's in the window, they should be fine.
Okay. And at one time you had sent out, there was an email going around that our ESE students who are required by their IEPs to have tests read to them, that this version of the test was supposed to be able to do that. But last minute now, we've learned that that won't happen, which is going to be a huge imposition on our schools who don't have the staff for that, have not made accommodations for that. I haven't heard you mention any of that tonight and how that will be addressed.
Well, that's on my little bottom list of things, of aggravations that we've not been able to control or have a problem with, and text-to-speech is what that is. And we did get notification from the DOE a couple of weeks before we started this next round of testing that indeed that text-to-speech built into the computer, the audio that they would be able to listen to, would not be available for any FSA tests this year, just was not available. And you're exactly right. It means that what has to happen then if a student has a text-to-speech accommodation in their IEP, that it'll have to be one-on-one testing, or it'll have to be testing with someone reading it to them. And it is a huge imposition on our schools, and it's a huge problem. And we notified the DOE of our displeasure over that. Trust me, they got double barrels from all over the state on it. Dr. Bingley had me communicate with the state specifically to list what our issues were with it. And by the way, we never did get a response.
Well, I guess the reason I'm bringing that up is many of us have met with Dr. Setti and her group on how we're adjusting the number of IEPs per teacher. And the number of IEPs per teacher in some of our schools is criminal as far as I'm concerned. We have some high schools where some teachers have 50 IEPs. We have some elementaries where they're 38, 40. These teachers cannot, there's not enough time, hands, hours in the day to do that. And so, Dr. Bingley, something's going to have to be done in terms of help to get them through that. And so I am as long as I have the majority of the board here, I am asking for board permission to direct the superintendent, due to the stupidity of the Department of Education in Florida, that we give our schools the resources necessary to support the implementation of this horrific testing system. Well, that's, pardon?
Why would they think? Yeah, just tell them not to take it.
Okay,
go-
we can't, first off, we,
Mrs. Neese.
yeah, what I'm saying is whether that means we have to call in some substitutes, whether that means we need to get in, I don't know what we have to do. Our job is to, as board members, our job is to direct. It's his job, operations. So all I know is we can't tell a teacher who has 50 students with IEPs, I'm sorry, even though this program was supposed to read your students' tests to them, it's not going to happen this year. You're going to have to give those tests one-on-one. There's not enough hours in the day, folks. It can't happen. So, Mr. Ziegler?
To take that a step farther, just to make sure we don't leave this out of that equation, because I agree with you 100%, is our ESE certified teachers who are dual certified, that then they have to do all these IEPs while their counterpart who's not dual certified doesn't have to. It's a penalty for having that dual certification. They should be compensated for having to do all those IEPs, given resources, yes, for tests, but they should also be compensated for that extra load because they stepped up.
Mr. Craig?
Well, that's a bit off topic. The fact that you bring it up, I will bring that up because that was my direction actually to Dr. Teddy as well, is that needs to be the number one priority, is to figure out a compensation system for that, so for those 100 and some dual cert.
Okay, so I hear at least 3 board members saying, Dr. Bingley, I know it's going to cost money. I know it's going to have to get your staff together, but the board wants to see you put together a plan on how we're going to get resources to these teachers to give this test. So do you have questions to the board?
No, I mean, we've made, Ms. Boberski, I know we had to make our schools aware of that. As you say, I guess a couple weeks ago, we learned from the Department of Ed. And of course, as we're always,
Dr. Bingley, telling the schools, these are the same schools that gave a teacher 50 IEPs to implement. And so I guess I don't put a lot of faith in that.
Okay, well, we'll put whatever people are necessary. I mean, I'm sure it's not always the teacher. We have folks all over the school, as we mentioned before when we talked about opting out and everything else. It's all hands on deck. And Ms. Boberski, you can probably lend some insight into who is reading, and we'll do what we need to do. If we talk about subs, if we talk about, we'll put the dollars into it, but I don't know at this point how they are addressing. I'm sure you do.
Well, I think at this point it's multifaceted, and I know that getting the directive from the state a couple days before that the text-to-speech was a big imposition to schools. So one of the first things that we were able to do is send out an email to schools saying, can our resource teachers and other district people help? But we all know that that isn't enough to carry it. So I think there's 2 or 3 separate questions here. One is the immediate of how do we get through this testing window? How do we alleviate stress and make sure that we have acceptable testing for our students? So that would be number 1, and we can meet. I'm sure Dr. Theddy would be agreeable for our team to gather and meet to look at what we can do and survey our principals and APs and see where we need help. The second part of the plan is alleviating our staffing for exceptional education. And being a former ESC teacher, I certainly understand what's happening out in the schools. And part of our proposed budget plan, year 1 would be to infuse 19 teachers back into buildings to support ESC, and year 2, an additional 9 on top of that to help with that. So that's the second part. And then the third is that dual-hatted that we know comes a lot of different issues with having a dual-hatted teacher. We have 105 right now, and we are working on alleviating that by providing more ESE teachers to provide gen ed teachers so they have support and not doing 2 things at one time. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Well, Dr. Berber, I just want you and Dr. Theddy to know this wasn't a problem you created. I commend both of you for coming up with a solution. So let me be perfectly clear. You guys didn't create this problem. You guys are trying to fix it. What I didn't want to have happen is, okay, we have a problem now with this new testing, and the answer to be to tell the schools, I'm sorry, it's going to be another year. You guys are going to have to figure something out. I wanted there to be a board directive tonight that says if we have to give schools dedicated resources to get them through this one-on-one testing, then that's what I want to see happen. So please hear from me personally. There's no blame.
Yeah, I know.
You guys are doing a great job.
And
But
we
I
s-
want teachers to hear, we want to support you.
We
That's why I'm
support
thrilled
our
you're here tonight.
schools and we support our teachers, and if that's the board's directive, our team can come up with something to help.
Okay. Yep, let me go first.
I would just like to add that we absolutely need to provide that support, and Ms. Boberski and I have had some conversation about the challenge that's created by this directive coming out of Tallahassee. I would like to see us honestly go a step further and track what additional cost this is bringing to the board to provide the necessary support, and let's send them an invoice to Tallahassee and let them know. It is to the point that, as I'm sitting here listening to Dr. Schaefer update us on what's going on with testing, I'm livid because you cannot tell me that a 10th grader that goes into testing and loses his test for days on end is going to perform well enough, and then they're going to turn around and hold our teachers accountable for that. And I think at some point we have to push back.
Ms. Henderson?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I have down here, capture the dollar amount.
Yeah.
Because that's what we need to do. You make another line item out there, Judy, so that as we do anything for this, that we are capturing it under one place, so we know exactly how much it costs. I agree with you 100%.
As long as we do that after they sign some of the things that we've gained out of this. So we have gained a few things. I just want to make sure we don't make them mad yet, because I see some good things coming. So any other board questions? Yes, or comments?
Not to this, but to Dr. Schaefer. First, Dr. Schaefer, I know this is like playing whack-a-mole, and so thank you for staying positive, because what we don't need is more negative, so thank you for doing that. It's hard, I know, you're doing a yeoman's work, and I appreciate it. One question I do have, though, are you familiar with the FSA provided PowerPoint slide decks that were sent out? I guess that they're training slide decks?
There are training PowerPoints that are on the FSA portal, yes.
So, and the reason I bring this up, because it seems like we are putting out different guidance at different schools throughout about whether these things should be used. First of all, they're 46 slides each. 46 slides. Sent out. Some schools say, we strongly suggest that you go over these slide decks with your students in the weeks leading up to giving these tests. Well, we're already doing practice tests. If you go through the slide decks, they're the exact same thing that's being read to the students before the thing starts to begin with. And so my concern is that we're taking up yet another day of classroom time to go through a 46-slide PowerPoint presentation for the reading portion, to only turn around and have another one for math that is almost exactly the same. So I guess what I want to make sure is that we have a consistent policy of, hey, they're on the portal. If a teacher really feels a student is having an issue, maybe it's a one-on-one, or the student can, go through it. But to waste an entire day, and when an email says strongly suggest, teachers are going to do it. And it's probably not a good use of their time. So,
I agree.
okay. Well, thank you.
I just have one quick comment for Dr. Schaefer. Although I'm very pleased to hear that things seem to be going much more smoothly with this round of the computer-based testing for FSA, I did want to share with you that I did have a teacher approach me today and indicated that yesterday and today, she and her students had difficulty logging into FSA. I think she said that they finally got logged in around 11 a.m. today after 2 days of trying. So whether that information is not yet filtered to you, which obviously would be understandable because, it hasn't been that long. But I just did want to share with you that we have not, unfortunately, resolved all of the login issues.
And that's good to know. And my intention is tomorrow, what I've been doing is sending out an end of the survey, wanted to get through these first couple of days to try to get a compilation of exactly who had what problems at each school. So that goes out tomorrow.
Okay, everyone. We're good? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Schaefer.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, one final thought is, as I walk to Dr. Schaefer's office about every 2 hours or so, and these are the reasons why you should have a field test year. Because Dr. Schaefer's right. I mean, the things that occurred are likely to occur. When you, I mean, okay, you know, the verbiage could have been better on this, well, then we learn that. Or we should have put the headphones in, even though I don't need them till 2/3 of the way through the test. Okay, we learned that. These are just the exact reasons why this should have all been field tested, and that's really what it comes down to. Thank you, Dr. Schaefer, appreciate it. I wanted to, as the board knows, we've been working, and Jane Klein and Rashad Wilson are here with us, and, you know, we've been working hard on our community school effort, and I know you knew that was occurring, but we realized, you know, we really had not brought to the board and to the community the extensive work that's being done in that arena. And I just want to say publicly, Ms. Klein, we thank you. You've put in a tremendous amount of work working with all these partners. And in the end, some of our most vulnerable children and families are going to benefit from that. And so I think the board and our community will start hearing about that. And I know Mr. Wilson has, you know, jumped into this thing with both feet because he knows it's valuable. So I just want to thank both of you publicly for the work that's been done already and the work that's going to be done. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Klein.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Bingley, board members. We are very excited to share with you an update on the community schools. Rashad and I have had the privilege to...
Jane, make sure you talk in the microphone. You're talking
sorry.
softly.
You know, I'm used to talking loud. Have had the privilege to work with UCF and various community schools to build a program that will be beneficial for Brevard Public Schools. So the community school is a way that we can work together for the best interests of all students. It is where we're going to work in unison with all community partners, and it's going to be where we meet the need of the whole child. We are very aware that many children come to school with lots of baggage. We deal every day with hunger and sickness and homelessness and just a myriad of issues that are occurring with our children. So if we work together with partners, because Endeavor and Brevard Public Schools can't do this alone. The city of Cocoa cannot do this alone. It is a joint project that we can bring and make a change in our students. I love this quote by Pat Harvey, the former superintendent, about the strategy. It is the working together. It is the community. It is being very strategic in our planning. I'm going to move on to this next slide, which is kind of busy, but as Rashad said to me, Ms. Klein, this is the one that gets it. This is the one that tells the story. This slide was developed by the New York Children's Aid Society, and it talks about what's so important, and you see in the very center, it's the child. The child is the center. It's why we get up every day is for that child. It's why it's our purpose in life as children. So if we focus our energy on the child, bringing in the family and the community, it strengthens. And you see that the three pillars, that of removing the barriers, the removing of the barriers of the health issues, the social emotional, the hunger issues, and then looking on the next pillar of expanding learning opportunities. When we were visiting, last week we were at Evans High School, and it's amazing. You see 2,400 high school students going into the cafeteria to sign up for after-school help. And it's not just that they're there for help, but their teachers are in conversation with the community school director, and they're saying, you know what? This child has struggled with Algebra 2, and we need to provide him some support or her support. So it's that conversation of providing that support for students. And it's enrichment. In Evans, they have dance class, they have art class, so it's building that whole child. And then providing support to our teachers, providing our teachers support as bringing in volunteers to help in the classroom, providing additional professional development, and partnering with a university to provide, or a college to provide that support. So what makes up the community school? It is 4 key partners which have a common agenda, and the common agenda is doing what's right to support students. It is the 3 pillars of success and a big commitment, and that big commitment is from each and every one of us. So the school partners, it's the committed school system, it is our healthcare partners, the university partners, and the community, the nonprofit partners. Our key 4 partners are Brevard Public Schools, Children's Home Society, Brevard Health Alliance, Eastern Florida, and UCF. That is our key school partners. And with our health department, Brevard Health Alliance, they're there to support in many ways, and we're going to get into that in just a minute. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I get really excited about this community school thing. So when we get to the point of the grand opening of Endeavor Community School, not only will we be meeting the academic needs, but we're going to be looking at the medical, dental, mental health, social health. We are going to be providing the tutoring, expanding our food pantries, expanding adult ed. When we observed the community schools in New York, one of the great components, and we were at PS8. PS8. It is a Dominican community, and language and career is a struggle there. So they brought in people to teach how to sew. And then the parents were hired in the fashion industry. So the adult ed was training the parents on what they needed to be successful so their children would be successful. With all of the community schools, the most important thing is what we do every day is education is first. The Children's Home Society, or we will call CHS, not to be confused with Cocoa High School, but CHS, Children's Home Society, is the core partner. And they will have a full-time presence on our campus. A joint planning. Michelle Scott, who is our planning director, is an integral part of every conversation that we're having. So when we get into the history of BPS and how we got here, a couple years ago, and I don't know exactly how many years ago, Dr. Bingley, but a few, Dr. Bingley was contacted by UCF about a possible planning grant. And that year, there was no funding. So back on the back table. And then last year, he was contacted by UCF and said, we look like we're going to have some money. So he brought in the area superintendents, and we had a conversation. It was there decided that we would start our first community school in Cocoa, and it would be Endeavor and Cambridge. After we have delved deeper into the community school world, we know that it's best to start small and do it right before we start adding on Cambridge. So then we contacted relationship that we've formed with the City of Cocoa. We've got the City of Cocoa on to help us with the economic development, be a real partner with us. The MOU was signed and the grant was written and developed by the Children's Home Society. We looked at our core partners, and they, you know, as I said before, Children's Home Society, University of Central Florida, Eastern Florida, and Brevard Health and City of Cocoa. In January, we were awarded that planning grant. It's a $100,000 planning grant, and Brevard Public Schools. Support in that is to provide in-kind donation of our time and effort, as well as a location. And then our principals, along with myself, worked to hire Michelle Scott as the planning director. And Michelle is paid out of the Children's Home Society budget, but she is a planning director. She was to be here, hoped to be here tonight, but she was at a Central Florida Community Schools planning meeting in Orlando at UCF. UCF has just expanded their community school program to hire a director and an assistant director in community schools. So once we hired Michelle Scott, she got the ball running. And as Rashad can interject at any time he wants to, the work has begun at Dever Elementary, and Michelle Scott is integral in working through the school. So the planning director, what's the role? Well, Michelle Scott, our planning director, she has to learn the school and the community. And what I learned immediately about Michelle is she is not shy, she is not afraid, she's out knocking on doors, she's getting community members involved, she's going to faith-based organizations, she is going, she was telling me Thursday, oh yeah, Dr. Smith, Jolie Smith, oh yeah, so she's building that relationship, she's getting, and they're working on business partners, and Mr. Wilson has worked on a very exciting business partnership that will expand their program. She is surveying parents and the community on what the needs are at Endeavor and working to build that teamwork. And she has been in constant contact with Mr. Wilson as well as me. She is constantly thinking of a new idea and brainstorming and working. She has gone to Tallahassee to speak with our legislators about funding community schools because of the positive impact it has on our children, and will continue to be in Brevard. There is one community school right now in the state of Florida, and that's Evans High School. The second one will be Endeavor Community School. There are two more planning grants, one in Tallahassee, in the Panhandle, and one on the West Coast. They were just given those planning grants, and so we're well on our way to being the first elementary community school in the state of Florida. So, as we move through, we know that one of the things we want this to be is we don't want to just hit it and leave it. We need to make it where it will last a lifetime, and this will be a legacy for the families of Cocoa that will continue. It will be part of the culture of Endeavor Elementary forever, and it will be strengthening the families and the way of work. And as we grow and we develop and we strategically plan, we will tweak and make adjustments so that we will continue to grow. The new assistant director for the community schools from UCF, her name is Amy Ellis, and they just stole her from Evans High School. She was Evans High School administrator over community schools. But she is working with Michelle. So where are we from here? Well, we're going to continue to plan. We are looking at every best practice. We're continuing to learn from each other. Last week when we were meeting with the community school director at Evans, he was sharing with us some strengths and some weaknesses of the community school. We have to plan a main hub or a location within the school campus for the community school at Endeavor. One of the things we learned in both schools, Evans High School, if you've not seen it, it is very similar to Vieira, except it's 3 stories. It's huge. But as within Vieira, when you walk in the front door, there's 2 hallways. Well, one hallway is for the administration of Evans, and the other hallway is for the community school. So it makes a great blend. They're all working together. But that was the design of the school because that's when they were getting into the first community school. In the schools we visited in New York as part of the grant, they're all, every school you went into, you met the community director and you met the principal, and they work side by side. But in the New York schools, they don't have the security issues that we have in force here. So we have to look very strategically about Jessica Lunsford, about making certain that our community is separate from our students and that we're all working together. So as we continue to move forward to survey families and teachers and the needs of the community, we're going to develop those protocols. We are looking at the best practices of the protocols that Orange County Public Schools already has in place. They have generously given us what they've already developed, so that will be a great stepping stone for us. And then we hope to obtain the final approval from UCF for full implementation. Our hope is that we can open the beginnings of our community school in late fall, early winter of 2015. Now, there's a lot of work in that, and Michelle Scott is doing that work along with us. So this has been shared with us every time we talk to someone about the community schools, and when we were at the national headquarters for community schools, it's all about the relationship. We say that every day. In a school, what's best about in this classroom is the teacher and the relationship with the student. It's all about the relationship. Everything has to be negotiated. All the time we have to get it right. We have to get the right partner doing the right work with the right student. So if we have mentors that are coming in, we have to pair them up with the right student. If we have businesses that are wanting to donate, well, we have to focus that on the right thing. And then we have to have the word yes written on our heart, because everything we do, yes, we can do this because it's going to be in the benefit of our students and it's going to increase student achievement. So what does Brevard have to do? Well, we work as a community school partner, as a team. We have to have the mindset of, yes, we can do this. And then you can see the in-kind donation at this point. And then we have Michelle Scott, although she hasn't spent 2 minutes in that, we have a cubicle in my pod area for her. But she is out and about and all over the place meeting. And then we'll have to move toward providing housing at Endeavor for our community partners. This is a picture of Evans Community School Health Cottage. Now, this is not where they started, but this is where they are now. They started with a clinic with one like little office where they saw students. Now, this cottage is on the back side of Evans, where it has community access and then school access. So the community can come in, and there's 2 doors into the health cottage, one for community and on this side for students. So there's 2 different ways of coming in. There are 4 dental chairs and a dentist there. There is a doctor there every single day, full-time. And they can do labs. So a student gets sick, they're going to miss 2 or 3 days of school if we take them out and take them to the doctor or whatever, finally get them an appointment. Here they could be seen that day and back to class. If it's serious enough, then of course we send them home. But dental care, vision, the food pantry. It was interesting with even the high school kids who came after school for the food, the snacks and the food. They're hungry. They're coming for their snacks and their food to take home. And these were some big old kids, and they were still, they wanted their food to go home. So Evans was awarded their planning grant in 2009. They opened in 2012 with the new school. It took Evans, they went from an F to a B, now back to a C. Their graduation rate went from 67% to 85%. They had a 20-point gain in their SAT scores. They now have a huge AVID program with 448 students in AVID right now. They have 338 students in their IB program. Their free and reduced rate is 84%, and their minority rate is 98%. So we've seen great things at Evans. We've seen great things all over the, and we've read about great things all over the country, and we're just pleased to hopefully bring this to Brevard. We're waiting. Children's Home Society contacted me this morning that looks like they're expected to get $240,000 from legislative action to operate and start our program, which would be hiring the people. There's a meeting next week with Brevard Health Alliance about their mobile van, because we don't have the facility at this point to bring in a full-time doctor, but we could bring in the mobile van. One of the great things that we learned from the PS8 school is one of the biggest issues, as elementary principals know and enjoy this every year, is that immunization, and they can't start school until the immunizations. Well, the doctor was on staff at registration. The parents signed the consent form. They got all their immunization right then, and there's no wait. One of the other concerns people have said is, well, what about who pays for all that medical stuff? Well, they will have a full-time person to file insurance. If someone has insurance, they will file the insurance. If they don't have insurance, then if they receive some kind of support, then the Brevard Health Alliance will take care of that as well. So that's an overview on Evans Community School. I'm going to let Rashad talk just a moment about his impact on community school.
Thank you, Mrs. Klein. To the board, Dr. Bingley, good evening. I just feel that this process, when I first learned of us having the opportunity to become a community school, I was elated because after doing some research and knowing the needs of the kids at Endeavor Elementary, this would be the perfect fit, not only for our school, but our community. And that has probably been my biggest challenge, to bridge the community and the school together. And this gives us an outlet to hopefully make the connection between the two. Because we all know it takes a village. And I say it every newsletter I send out pretty much, it takes a village. And what a village do we have when we embrace this concept of business partners, community, parents, child. Again, the holistic approach is what it's all about, especially when you're talking about kids in poverty-stricken areas. So I'm excited, my staff is excited, and they had some concerns about being open 24 hours and providing medical services, but that's when I knew very little. And the hours are not 24 hours, gang, so we're fine. It's more like a 7 to 7. It is an extended day to provide, just so we can provide the services to those families that are working and can't get off. So I'm just looking forward to it, and I think that we have to have an open mind. I sent the quote out to my staff the other day: parachutes are like mines. They only function when they open. And I think if we take on that concept, and it's going to be a grind, but it's a grinding worth taking, I think the Endeavor community would definitely benefit from it.
Any questions from the board? Questions? Well, thank you very much for sharing. Outstanding program. We look forward to seeing more down the road.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, we are now at the public comment portion of the agenda. The maximum allotted time for each speaker at 3 minutes. Clarification of information presented and answers to questions specific to district business and educational matters will be posted on the school board's website under the section called For the Record. Please be reminded that profane, abusive, or slanderous speech is not permitted. I request that you speak into the microphone and state your name for the record. When the red light goes on, you'll know that your 3 minutes is up. We have 15 speakers, so I'm going to call you up 3 names at a time. So if you could move to the front. The first 3 speakers are James Ball, Rebecca Rayborn, and Emily Brooks.
I'm James.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here tonight, Board. My name is James Ball. I'm here representing the Titusville Playhouse Incorporated. I'm also here on behalf of Doug Lebo, who has previously communicated with the Board. The item I'm speaking to is an agenda item, the release of the Board's reversionary property interest in the old Melbourne High. We understand that the latest offer under consideration by the Board and on your agenda tonight is for a $400,000 payment for the release of that property interest. Consideration, we would again like to urge that the Board really consider that their consideration for the release of that property interest be a cash transfer into a performing arts endowment that would be established and administered in our proposal by the Brevard Schools Foundation. As an endowment, this use of the proceeds could be leveraged to seek other fund sources and would by itself generate annual earnings of perhaps $20,000 that could be an ongoing and continuing support for the performing arts. As a provision of this property, by the school board and under consideration, your interest therein tonight was originally in support of performing arts. It would now seem appropriate to take this opportunity to support a continuing educational program for children throughout the district. And again, to be clear, TPI is not making any recommendation that it benefit in any direct way by this. We'd like to advocate that the Board take this opportunity to provide an ongoing program for children throughout the district. There was a detailed presentation made to the Board members by our president, I think in the last month, and I'm not going to go over that detail again. But I would like to say that I think that among the issues that you're probably trying to deal with is how can you take that asset cash and make it available to the foundation. I am not an attorney, but surely if the school board finds merit in this idea of taking this asset value and giving it the potential for an ongoing, continuing program, there can be some way to implement such an idea. Perhaps through an assignment of your interest, perhaps through some other creative swapping. I don't know what tools you have in your toolkit, but I would urge you, if you think it's a good idea, as TPI has suggested, that you look at some options. So that's really our only interest in this. We'd just like to see the asset value made available to the entire district for the continuing education in the performing arts. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. We don't do questions at this time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Rebecca Rayborn, followed by Emily Brooks, followed by Kinley Nagel.
I would rather have strong enemies than a world of passive individualists. In that world, nothing seems worth anything because nobody stands for anything. That world has no convictions, no victories, no unions, no heroism, no absolutes, no heartbeat. That world has rigor mortis, states Chris Jamie. Members of the board and district admin, no living organism can exist in the absence of a heartbeat, and teachers are the heartbeat of our schools, our community, and the district in which we work. Without our beating hearts, failure will occur. Teachers are fleeing Florida classrooms faster than the national average, states University of Pennsylvania's Richard Ingersoll. A major factor is salaries. Teacher pay is how school districts tell teachers what they are worth, and the message Brevard teachers are getting is, we are not worth much. To illustrate, between 2011 and 2015, Brevard's teachers have experienced an average monthly decrease in gross pay of $288 per month. This factors in an 8.32% increased inflation rate. Add on to that the rise in employee insurance contributions and medication deductibles, and that number escalates. Furthermore, on July 26, 2011, CNN ran a segment titled, "Why One Good Teacher Decided to Quit." They interviewed a former Palm Bay High math teacher who stated, "I'm quitting because I can't afford to stay. Salaries can attract, keep, or chase people out of jobs. Therefore, if you wish to resuscitate and retain the heartbeat of our district, you must commit yourselves to this effort. Walk the walk because talk is cheap." As soon to be elected first vice president of BFT, I promise the following package to you, Mr. Hickey. Increase our salaries commensurate to our years of service and experience. Provide additionally planning time by restoring 5 of 7 or returning to 5 of 6 class sizes at secondary level and create more planning time at elementary level. Design a less arduous and time-consuming evaluation system. We're not opposed to being evaluated, for worthy feedback is a valued instrument for improvement. You already know why the current system must go. Return to a traditional health insurance plan. Self-funded plans work for companies with consistent income. Tallahassee's political machine sends the lion's share of tax dollars to fund charter schools, so public school income is uncertain. AC teachers deserve job security. Give it to them. Hippocrates said, "Healing is a matter of time, but it is also sometimes a matter of opportunity." For years now, the heartbeat of the district, your teachers have given all you have asked of us through Brevard Federation of Teachers negotiating on our behalf. There's nothing left for us to give, and we have more than proven our faithfulness to you. It's your turn to prove your faithfulness to us, the teachers, the heartbeat of our schools. Take this opportunity, board members, and let the healing begin. Thank you very much.
Okay, Emily Brooks, followed by Kenley Nagel, followed by Darcy Addo.
Good evening. My name is Emily Brooks, and I am a freshman at Vieira High School. I'm here to discuss the English department's new rigid standards of literature. By now, the board members have heard from many that these new language arts standards have taken the fun out of learning. But as a hardworking and dedicated student, I know that teens don't go to school to simply have fun. We go to learn. I'm here to tell you that the Department of Education has taken the learning out of learning. Additionally, our right to a true education in language arts is being diluted bit by bit. In the past, language arts has put an emphasis on art and culture with the addition of historical and nonfiction material used to enhance the curriculum. This broadens the mind and incorporates creativity and personality into a student's mandatory schooling. English is where we learn to preserve our knowledge. The smells, sights, and sounds that humans experience can be communicated only through language. Perspective and emotion can be incredibly conveyed by the art of literature. English is a language art, yet somehow there is very little art left in the current curriculum. Why has so much fiction reading been drained from our curriculum? Why must we predominantly read nonfiction or realistic fiction, a genre that typically leaves students unaffected, uninterested, and unimpressed? If it is to learn about the past, I've learned a great deal about history within history class. And yes, I know it is important to learn about the literature and recordings of those who came before us, but is limiting our education to that knowledge alone really the right choice? There is so much to learn and read in this world, so much literature and art that can help students grow and develop their own potential, yet we are currently being denied of that opportunity. As Walt Whitman beautifully conveys in his masterful poem, Oh Me, Oh My, that you are here, that life exists in identity, that the powerful play goes on and you may contribute a verse. Because we are chained to the drudgery of too much nonfiction, we cannot even explore our interests within this curriculum. We have so many standards packed into these 180 days, however, so many do not even focus on the art of language. Board members, you have the power to change this. You have the ability to directly benefit the lives of students right across the street. As people with this responsibility, it is your job to make these reforms. That the powerful play goes on and you may contribute a verse. What will your verse be?
Kenley Nagel, followed by Darcy Addo.
I'm Kinley Nagel. I'm a certified special ed teacher, and I love to come here and have the opportunity to share and educate. I'm here talking about children and learning disabilities and the real cause of learning disabilities. I'm here to lead. I bring hope, strength, and courage every time I stand here. I speak the truth regarding the cause of learning disabilities. My beautiful work states that our children are not born with learning disabilities. Our society is causing them. When adults bully adults and are too afraid to talk about it, this causes fear, anxiety, distractibility in our children, which leads to mental illness. Is my mic working? It doesn't sound like it is.
Yeah, it is.
And violence. I am here, wrong spot. I'm a little short. Oh, there we go. We must stop labeling our children ADHD, autistic, dyslexic, bipolar. This is not the case. There is such potential. And I saw that teaching in the schools. We must change our beliefs. I would love to be hired to educate. There is such potential. We must, like I said, change our beliefs and address our fears. We must learn to love ourselves and our children, not just when we are weak, but when we are strong. I'm here to lead. Only one life to be all that I can be. Take action. Hire me. Stick with a winner. History always repeats. Oppression and persecution end badly. We must care enough about our children to make a change in this insidious situation where people are too afraid to speak the truth. Our children are the ones suffering. I have the answers. My work does not point fingers. It is politically correct. It is the only way to change what is happening that we do not speak of. Our children are suffering. Our children's silent tears are heard. I misquoted myself, sorry. It was a great quote, though. Thank you for listening.
Okay, Darcy Addo, followed by Richard Smith, followed by Vanessa Skipper. Looks like you've had a rough week there, Darcy.
I want to start by quoting a few people that I think you will recognize. On October 6th, Ms. Henderson said, "We're going to ask our community to lobby our legislators. We just need them to be a voice for our children." Ms. Nisi said, also in October, "The people getting attention are not the people playing nice. It's the people who are taking radical steps." Many people in Brevard have taken some of these radical steps. Despite empty threats and intimidation, a lot of Brevard parents have done these radical steps in an attempt to preserve education and the teaching profession. We've taken these radical steps to get attention of folks like Steve Crisafulli, a Brevard native. We tried to get him to see common sense, but he said, if we stop measuring kids' progress, we'll return to a failed system. See, he's one of these people who just don't get it. He's not an educator. He doesn't know thing one about assessment and accountability. I know because I've spoken to him directly. He also has his own political interest. Ms. Belford gets it. She knows that good teachers use formative evaluation on a regular basis. She knows that good teachers understand their students better than any test. She said, when we're having these conversations about opting out, we need to be very cognizant that we don't make it seem as if parents are doing something wrong. She said that on February 6th. Ms. Nisi said, it's on the backs of parents to choose what they want to do. Brevard can either trust and respect the professionalism of their teachers and staff by setting good policies and letting their teachers teach, or not. Ms. Henderson, we took Brevard's platform and we were a voice. We did and played nicely, and Brevard legislators made a mockery of the democratic process. Our governor signed House Bill 7069 into law today. No high stakes were removed for children. No consequences for teachers or children were removed. Now we need you to be a voice for our children. So I'm asking that our board will accept these few recommendations. 1, use the statutory flexibility that we have to promote third graders based solely on their report cards. 2, require all decisions to be made about retention and remediation based in conjunction with the classroom teacher. And 3, all decisions that are made ought to be communicated to all stakeholders clearly, including parents. That being said, Senator Dwight Bullard is one of the 6 legislators who voted against 7069, and he has encouraged all parents and listeners to call Governor Scott and issue an executive order against the use of FSA. And I think that given the testing update that we had today from Dr. Schaefer, we ought to consider that very carefully and follow that recommendation. Thanks.
Richard Smith, followed by Vanessa Skipper, followed by Debbie Sandstrom.
Board members, superintendent, I want to thank the teachers for staying. It's been pretty close to 2.5 hours that we've been here hearing reports and things, and now you're going to hear some things that, you know, actually you've been wanting to say. Who speaks for you? Yeah. Who speaks for the 5 of you when we have negotiations? Well, here, it doesn't matter who it is because it's you speaking. And understand at the last bargaining session, you insulted every teacher in this county. When we presented your report from Willis and said that teachers in this county were 3 times as stressed as any similar group in the country, we were told, well, it's because teachers are old. We were told that the reason that teachers were stressed is because perhaps they weren't taking their meds. Now, we expect that we will hear an adult, fair presentation at the next bargaining session this Thursday. I would hope that you understand, I know the words did not cross your lips, but they came from you, because that's what the law says. And I want you to understand, we are going to be at the table and we're going to be there as adults, and we will present things that are logical and rational. I don't need to amplify what you've already heard about the needs of teachers in terms of planning and in terms of stress and morale. You already know these things, and I know you do. We also know that the original source of this is in Tallahassee. We clearly understand that. And I try every time I speak to the newspaper, and the last article was that way, to point that fact out. But here's the thing. Your teachers need you to step up on Thursday. My granddaddy in Leesburg used to say to me, "Boy, I can't hear what you're saying. What you're doing is too loud." I hope that what you guys continue to say you want to do for teachers, we will see not only the words but the actions come Thursday. Thank you.
Okay, Vanessa Skipper, followed by Debbie Sandstrom, followed by Anthony Colucci.
Good evening. I am here tonight wearing many of my hats. The most important hat is mother to these 2 wonderful children here, Austin, who's a sophomore at Merritt Island High School, and Ryan, who is a 2nd grader at Mila. And if it's okay, he has some pictures he wants to share with the board members. There's a copy for each of them. Go up there.
You can go right there to the end.
In addition to being a mother, yeah, you can give them all to her, baby. I told him to hand them out one at a time, so.
Okay.
Good job, buddy. So, in addition to being a mom, I'm a teacher at Cocoa High School. I'm an executive board member of the Brevard Federation of Teachers. I'm running for the executive cabinet of the Florida Education Association in Tallahassee. And of course, I'm a champion for public education. And the two main reasons I'm a champion for public education are standing next to me. In fact, when I took Ryan to the restroom earlier, two ladies scolded me because they said it was cruel and unusual punishment to have my children with me at a board meeting to make them sit through it. And I thought about that for a second because, you know, really I wanted to tell it was none of her business, but what I decided to do was to add this to my speech. You see, I worked my first political campaign at age 10 with my mom for Governor Roscoe in Montana. I grew up on an Air Force base. My dad was in the Air Force for 20 years, and he taught myself and my brothers the importance of exercising our civic right, and not only exercising it, but involving ourselves in the process. And I intend to teach my children the same, which honestly is a perfect segue to the picture that you just received. I spent 5 weekend days volunteering at Boo at the Zoo, handing out candy and flyers for our half-penny campaign. My children spent 2 of those evenings with me. It was 5 hours. It was a long setup, long teardown. But see, they understood that investing in their community and investing in their school would eventually come back to them. I know people, if you've been to Mila, they have a brand new, nice front of the school. We don't have to worry about squirrels hiding in the ceilings anymore. Hopefully, we'll get some increased internet bandwidth soon. But they understood, okay? I want to teach them that you invest in your life and you invest in your community. What I want to ask you here tonight, and I'm wearing my parent hat, is to invest in them. It's simple. Give their teachers the time to do their jobs. Did you know with secondary teachers' current uninterrupted planning time, they have 1.5 minutes per week to spend on Austin? That's unacceptable to me as a parent. Elementary school teachers are required to come up with differentiated lesson plans for 4 different subjects, grade, give out district assessments. His reading assessment alone baffled me at the amount of time it must have taken his teacher to only administer it to him individually.
I'm sorry.
And then grade it. Am I out of time?
Your 3 minutes went by quickly. I apologize.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your time, and I want you to think about Thursday as well. As I go back to the bargaining table, to the district people, you're not just looking at me, you're looking at my children too. Thank you.
Debbie Sandstrom, Anthony Colucci, and Dan Bennett.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Sandstrom I'm on the executive board from Brevard Federation of Teachers. I am from Astronaut High School. Time, trust, testing. All of these are very important issues that I am passionate about. Time that has been taken away from all teachers for meetings that could have been handled with emails, for professional developments that were just done to satisfy a principal's PGP that could have been handled with an email or a PowerPoint. Time that is eaten up with 10-page lesson plans, PGPs, CMA groups, team meetings, department meetings, faculty meetings, IEP meetings, grading papers, and countless other time-eating events that chew up the 8-hour workday, never mind teaching. Trust that BPS and the board has lost with the teachers and the community due to saying one thing and doing another. Misleading your chief negotiator during negotiations so that teachers would help get the half-penny passed. Saying you wanted to work collegially with your teachers and BFT when all you wanted was to get re-elected. Closing the neighborhood schools, using fire code numbers instead of actual desk seats, so that we now have an elementary school that is busting at the seams and out of control. On a side note, the voters of this county voted to separate the county into districts for impact fees and roads and schools and the such, so that the areas that needed development paid for it. Do not try to get Titusville and the Beachside to pay for your 2 new schools here in Viera and Melbourne. Now that you have closed our schools, do you understand that we still have a very bitter taste in our mouth about it? Testing. 80 out of 180 days of testing. Some of it state mandated, some of it district mandated, all of it stressful. Most of it not graded in a timely manner and gone over with our students so that it can be of any benefit for the student other than to peg the student as a success or a failure. The problem with all of this is that the teachers are stressed and the students are suffering. We need some relief. Take some of these things off of our plate, please. We need some relief. We cannot and will not be able to do it any longer. As far as the trust, it takes years to build and only a minute to break. You have continued to break the trust repeatedly with the community and the teachers. Maybe with the new superintendent, the new school board members, and as we are starting a new bargaining session, we will see if we can work towards building some new trust. Testing, it seems, is starting.
Debbie, I'm sorry, your time's up. Anthony Colucci, Dan Bennett, followed by Renee Zeiler.
My name is Anthony Colucci. I'm a teacher at Oak Park Elementary School and proud to be the political coordinator of the Brevard Federation of Teachers. By now, you must understand how furious teachers are with this school district and school board. You must understand that teachers think some of you act as if your job is some sort of game in which you try to deceive and defeat teachers. You offer platitudes instead of pay. You give your word and then go back on it. You ignore, if not belittle, the pleas of those of us who are actually in classrooms teaching Brevard's children. Teachers in this district have had it, and tonight I'm here to tell you we're not playing your games anymore. We carry an overbearing workload on our backs every day. Did you pick your heads up and see all the teachers grading their papers today? I hope you did. We're amongst the worst paid teachers out of all the large districts in the nation. But I'm not going to go on with research or a logical argument. I presented research, data, and logic to this board many times. I've been fighting for students and teachers for years. The seemingly endless battle has taught me something. Politicians don't respond to logic or research. They don't suddenly see the light. Politicians respond to votes. So understand this. I will be the political coordinator of BFT for 2 more years, and I'm putting you on notice. I work very hard and will continue to do so in order to elect school board members and other officials who provide teachers the respect and compensation they deserve. Don't tell us you're one of those school board members. Show us. Clean up this mess.
Okay, Dan Bennett, Renee Zeiler, John Emery.
Good evening, members of the board. Good evening, Dr. Bingley. I'm realizing that tonight is the 150th anniversary of a major yet sad event in U.S. history. To say it fancy, 70 years ago, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. Visiting a theater, he died the next morning at 7:22 at the Peterson House across the street from Ford's. Now, why is all this in my head? It's in my head because my father was a Civil War scholar and an Abraham Lincoln student, and he studied his whole life on the Civil War and made sure he took his family around all these historic landmarks. And even though my dad and I didn't agree on everything, I still became a history major, and I became a history teacher. And every teacher out in this room can tell a story how they became passionate about the subject and grew a concern for working with children, and this is the profession that's right for them because they love what they're doing. They're passionate about their subject, and they want to work with kids. And yet, as Vice President of the Brevard Federation of Teachers, I travel the county, I visit schools, I meet with teachers, I talk to faculties, and they tell me how they love teaching, they want to do it, but they just can't do it any longer. And it's heartbreaking to me to see my friends, my colleagues, my coworkers leave this field for something else, even though they came to this field with a passion. Just like I came with a passion for history and a concern for students, I've seen so many of my colleagues leave. Hundreds a year. Some of them leave not because they've worked their whole 30, 35 years. They leave in the middle of a career. They leave after 3 or 4 years. They leave in their 20s or 30s, their 40s. They've had enough, they go. It's not because they can't take the kids. It's not because they don't understand the subject. It's because this district has made their jobs unworkable. It's because they're afraid to go to a faculty meeting, because in that faculty meeting they're going to get a little chunk of knowledge, a little chunk of something new, and then they're going to have to produce something. They're going to have to modify a lesson plan. Don't do something they were going to do something new, to collect some data for a principal that has a PDAP and present that to the principal, and they're going to get a reprimand if they don't get it in on time. And they're going to say to me, I just want to be a teacher. Why won't they leave me alone just to teach? And they're going to come to me and they're going to say, I already collected the data. How come I have to run another report? How come I have to go to another meeting to talk about the data? All I want to do is just teach. I want to have meaningful lessons. I used to be a good teacher. I used to be a fantastic teacher. Now I got people I don't know coming in my room. They're looking at my plan book and they're saying I can't be a good teacher because they're looking at what I wrote down. I got people don't know what I do telling me I'm not a good teacher. We have principals standing in front of faculty saying, last year we were all highly effective. True story. I'll name the schools if you like. Last year I was a highly effective teacher. This year I'm not, because I was told we had too many highly effective teachers last year. I got principals talking in front of their faculty saying this will be the way it is, and if you don't like it, you can find another place to work. There's a teacher shortage coming. It's hit Broward County, Fort Lauderdale area. They have 150 full-time substitutes in their classroom. They couldn't fill the teaching jobs. Volusia County, Toward North, they got 60. Last year they had 100. We have to stay out in front of this. We're not going to work for free anymore. Lincoln freed the slaves. Thank you.
Okay, Renee Zeiler, John Emery, Matt Susan.
Hi, good evening, Board. My name is Renee, and I am a product of the Brevard County Public School System. I attended Milo Elementary, Edgewood Junior High, and graduated from Merritt Island High School. Growing up, I always knew I wanted to be a teacher, and my dream was to teach in Brevard County, possibly at Mila, which is the school I attended as a youth. After graduating high school, I attended UCF, graduating with a degree in elementary education. Later, I pursued a master's in math and science education. After graduation, I lived in Orlando and landed a job in Orange County as a kindergarten teacher. 2 years later, I moved back to Merritt Island, and without hesitation, I continued to work in Orlando. Why would someone live in a different district than they teach in? Well, I will tell you right now, I cannot afford to live in Brevard County and work in Brevard County. As of today, teachers in Brevard County have not seen a significant pay raise in over 7 years. Last year in Orange County, I received a $2,475 salary increase, and this year I received a $3,100 salary increase, which was based on my highly effective performance, which your district wants to give teachers $900. In less than 2 years, I have received an increase nearly $5,500 to my annual salary. If I were to teach in Brevard, I would not have seen nearly this much. Even with the cost of gas today and driving 400 miles weekly to work, I still bring home more money than I would teaching here in Brevard. I have been speaking to some of the teachers here, and a 10-year veteran teacher makes less than a first-year teacher in Orange County. Not only do I make a significant amount of more money working in Orange County, my contract hours are 7.5, which in Brevard County is 8 hours. How would someone want to work longer hours for less pay? Doesn't make sense to me, and I'm sure it doesn't make sense to you. Brevard is losing highly effective teachers to neighboring counties that pay more and work less. Today, I stand before you to ask you to give the teachers of Brevard what is long overdue, a significant increase in their pay. Brevard County, I challenge you to fund what you value. Thank you.
I have a very different subject to talk on tonight. I hope it's a little bit calmer. But my name is John Emery. I've spoken to you before twice. The first time I spoke in terms of Doc Strawbridge and what he did to get the Henniger Center open and the history and why I have been influenced by him and are concerned with the fate of the Mel-Hi building. Second time I discussed being an artist and where I came from and why it was important that the Strawbridge Art League be in that building next door and the purpose of the Strawbridge Art League and how it was supposed to be in that building. And tonight again, of course, I don't know what the fate is because we haven't discussed what the vote is going to be tonight. But we are still working very hard and would like to see this building preserved in some manner and used as a cultural institution. I was wondering how many people out here would like to see the old Mel-Hi building reused rather than torn down? I think that speaking from a public point of view rather than a 1% moneyed point of view, yes, there's money on the table to the school board and the money talks, and we know that the 1% have the money to speak. But the rest of the community has a desire to use this facility as an employment opportunity where artists go to work. We have the wonderful O'Galley. We saw this fabulous experience this evening in how the visual arts generate public interest. There were a lot of bodies here tonight just because of the student art show next door. This is something that influences people at a gut level and gets them interested in the idea of having a torpedo factory environment downtown Melbourne. It's what do we see our community being in 20 or 30 years? Where are we going? Are we going to level all of the historic downtown Melbourne and build all new, or are we going to have something that we know where we came from and it is adding to the employment opportunities of downtown Melbourne and to the cultural viability of our community. It's interesting to note that the Brevard Art Museum, which is now called the Fusner, the Orlando Museum, and the Vero Beach Museum were all founded about the same time. I think you can see a very distinct difference. There is a demographic difference between Orlando, Vero Beach, and us, but there's a scale of difference that is well beyond a simple demographic data in terms of our cultural institutions, the size and scope of them, and where we're going and what we want to be as a community. So please think about this as you cast your votes tonight on item number 35. Thank you.
Matt Susan, Eric Locksheev, and Robbie Fox. Oh, okay. Eric Locksheev. Locksheev.
Dear board members, my name is Eric Locksheev and I am president of Temple Israel. I have been approached by several congregants that have voiced concerns over the testing periods for both standardized tests and other tests. Specifically, our religious freedoms are being abridged. In the past, there have been tests that were scheduled during the high holidays in September and October that were mandatory and could not be made up. This happened at an elementary school. There was this past school year an MPA that was scheduled on Yom Kippur at Merritt Island High School that was for marching band members. My son is a freshman in the band at Rockledge High, and although the director said it could be missed, we went anyways. But why was an MPA scheduled on this day? Why was it moved from October 11th to October 4th? Although we were there, we had to leave Temple, drop off our son, pick him back up, and then return to Temple after the performance. We should have been in Temple the entire day until sundown, praying to God for forgiveness. The testing issue is also happening during Passover. Testing may have been done during Passover when some Jewish students were in Temple. According to my congregants, they were told that either no makeup tests are available or the makeup test would have been so difficult that a student would probably fail if they didn't take the regular exam. This means that we had to make a choice between practicing our religion and taking tests. This is not right. You have the ability to enforce Policy 5225 that says there are excused absence for major religious holidays. Scheduling exams on these days is acceptable, but it would not be acceptable to make them mandatory. Would you like it if we didn't have a winter break and scheduled mandatory exams on Christmas Day? Would you like to have mandatory exercises scheduled on Good Friday, which this year we actually had off? By the way, Good Friday is not a national holiday, and we should have been in school. Please correct these injustices and allow us to celebrate our religious holidays without having to worry about tests, MPAs, or any other mandatory exercise at school. Should you need the dates of the holidays listed in the policy, please just ask. We have the calendars available for many years in the future. Again, thank you for taking the time to listen.
And our last speaker, Robbie Fox, or is it Rabbi Fox? Robbie or Rabbi?
Thank you to the board. Thank you, Dr. Bingley. I'm Rabbi Joel Fox, spiritual leader of Temple Beth Shalom, a conservative congregation here in Brevard County. And thank you for listening to Mr. Eric Lockshine, who is president of Temple Israel, the Reform Jewish congregation nearby, where you have members, their members, as well as members of our entire community, children who are all directly affected by the issue that Mr. Lockshine mentioned about the testing going on during the two holiest days of the year, Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. So no one should have to make the choice, anyone who is observing these two holy days, Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, no one should have to have that struggle of making the choice of attending a temple or going to a very, very worthy cause, important school, required test. The major holidays, of course, we're talking about Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. There are other important holidays, however, these are the two of the holiest days of the year. Our country prides itself on diversity and religious freedom, and so we respectfully ask you, in the name of the freedoms that we so cherish, to consider these holy days and the holy days of all other citizens of Brevard County within our community when planning your mandatory testing schedule. I want to thank you all in advance. I'm a proud father of 3 children in 3 wonderful Brevard County schools, Manatee, Kennedy, and Vieira. And I just want to say thank you to the board and thank you to all the teachers of Brevard County for all you do. And thank you.
Okay, I've heard at least, okay. The board wishes to thank this evening's speakers. Your willingness to speak to the board is appreciated. I know there's some board members that want to comment to some of you. Mrs. Henderson?
No, I want a break.
Oh, you want to break? I thought you said you wanted to comment. Okay.
I'm ready for a break.
Was there anybody that wanted to comment about what was said, anything? No. Okay, in terms of the calendar, pardon? Okay, we'll go down here. Yeah, you can comment. Yeah, that's...
First, thank you for all you sitting and waiting to comment. I know it was a long night, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you listening and being a part of what we do here. Your presence, no matter whether you're here as a teacher, whether you're here in support of the Old Mill High, and the last 2 speakers, it's greatly appreciated. We need that feedback, and we need to hear from you and have those passions. First, I just want to address Mr. Emery only because he has done a very good job of emailing us, giving us things to consider, and I don't want us to continue on here and not have an answer there. I just want he and other people just one more time to understand that the fate of the Mel High building is not in our hands. We could vote either, it doesn't matter what way we vote, that building I could strap myself to the front of it tomorrow, and that's about the only way that it would be preserved, and that might not happen either. So people could knock it down while we're sitting here. That's just a fact. We don't own it. We don't own the property. We don't have title to it. And so I understand your passion. I understand your desire to continue to keep that building as an icon of the community, but there are other people that you need to talk to do that, and I encourage you to do so. And if you can put together a group to talk to the rightful owners of that property, so be it. And to the last two speakers, thank you for bringing that to our attention. I'll be quite honest with you, I'm embarrassed that I didn't know that. I should know that, and I should have had a better understanding of how our calendar looks. And since we're discussing calendar later today, we need to make sure that that is at the forefront. I understand exactly where you're coming from. It is, you're right on spot, and we'll make sure that that is fixed.
Okay, other board members?
I actually just had a quick comment of thanks for everyone and their patience this evening as we get through the agenda and sticking it out, because I know that there are lots of other places that you could potentially be tonight. So I appreciate the fact that you chose to be here with us. On the calendar issue, I thought that we had already addressed this and that had been considered in the development of the calendar. So since we are moving forward with the calendar.
Version A.
Yes. I would just like to ask staff to please make sure that that has in fact been taken into consideration, because I was under the impression that it already had. So if it has not, let's please do that ASAP.
Okay. And I would just like to tell Rabbi Fox that they wrote it down as Robbie Fox, so my sincere apologies. And since these two gentlemen are in the audience, maybe they could, if you have calendar A back there, any one of you, they could take a look at it and see if we met the window. I know I would personally appreciate that. Anybody else? Okay, I would like a break too. Thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break before we go on to the rest of the board meeting.
Ladies and gentlemen, the board meeting will resume in 3 minutes. The board meeting will resume in 2 minutes. Resume in 1 minute. The board meeting will resume in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we are back to a much smaller group of individuals, but thank you for hanging in there with us. That moves us to the consent agenda. Dr. Bingley.
Thank you, Ms. Nisi. There are 45 agenda items under this category, 6 with prior information and 39 without prior information.
Does any board member wish to pull any items?
I do.
Okay, well, let's start with ladies first. Mrs. Henderson?
Okay, well, let me find it. It's the number.
Which one is it? What's the?
F26.
F26, which is the benefits data management?
Yep.
Okay, is that the only one?
F27.
And F27, Bluefin? Okay, I'm going to pull F37, which is the release of the reversionary interest. Any others?
F28.
F28, which is the job description. Okay, so any others? So that was, Pam, that was F26, which was the benefits data management system, F27, Bluefin, F28, job description. Thank you, everyone, for keeping them in order. And F37, of course, I'm the one out of order, which is the release of the revisionary interest. Okay, so I will entertain a motion to accept the consent items with the exception of the items that were pulled for discussion.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion, see, I'm getting, motion was made to approve by Mr. Craig, seconded by Mr. Ziegler. Is there any further discussion? No, ma'am. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. So why don't we go through the pulled items in order? We'll start with F26, which I believe, Mrs. Henderson, is you. There you go.
Thank you. I did have a last-minute request for information today. I think everybody hopefully saw it. It took me a while to get all the information together to know exactly what I wanted to ask. So I apologize for the last minute. Of course, it is on for consent without information, so I'm sort of excused on that. I did ask, Mrs. Pace, did everybody get her answers? No. Okay. Do you have copies of them?
Tammy sent them to Pam for each of you, paper copies, I believe. Oh, I apologize because it was kind of last minute, so
Right.
Tammy sent them to Pam, actually paper copies as well as electronically, but there is a paper copy for
Okay.
you.
You know, I am concerned that although this was the quote-unquote low bid, that there are some hidden costs in here that it looks like we will end up having to pay. For instance, the setup fee, $1,000 per carrier, and we have estimated of 7, so that's another 7,000. And I did check and found out that we have approximately 100 custom reports, and I'm not sure that you would need them all today, but I'm going to say you probably need at least 20 or 30 of them if you have 100 to verify the data that's coming out of there so that we can ensure that we have the old system matching the new system. And that is $600 per custom report. So if we have, you know, 100 of them, we're talking about a lot of money. And the other thing I'm concerned about this is that to use a new system, to transfer from one system to another is a big deal. What we can't afford as a district is to mess up on payroll deductions. This has got to be right. So we have to make sure that, and I'm sure everybody's doing everything that they can, and I'm not saying that you're not, but there isn't a lot of time to do, in my opinion, some really in-depth testing to ensure that we're, A, getting exactly what we want, and B, we don't even know that for sure what these costs are going to be, because we're not really sure about that. And, you know, I'm just concerned that this whole thing happened too quickly. I kind of think that, this is just my opinion, and yes, I do have one. I know it's hard to believe. I really think that we should probably not be doing this at this time and rethinking what it is we want to do as a district, from the medical, the pharmacy, everything put together, including this. Because I think if we just do this portion and then we go out again to do another part of the package, that we're going to have two mismatched parts again. Whereas if we did one big RFP, we can get everything under one umbrella, and perhaps ensuring that everything is working together. This will replace one product that we haven't had any problems with. It doesn't matter if people like it or not. We haven't had any problems. We have actually had our product work. We know that it works. And I'm really concerned that we are going down the wrong path here. And I'll leave it at that. I will be voting no on doing this, because I think that we need to not do this at this time.
Anybody else want to comment? Sure. Do you want me to put yours on, or are you going to be short?
Okay, I might be short, I might be long. Payroll deduction concerns, understood. That's not done by the software. This software will just transmit what the selections are, and then that payroll deduction information is programmed into our system and done. So all this is a collection tool that tells us what was selected. And that's exactly what our current software does. It tells us what's selected, and then counting or whatever, they have to program that in. So we're not worried about numbers or whatnot. There's not a direct link between the two pieces. As far as one big RFP, good idea, other than the fact these are all mutually exclusive. So for example, whoever does our pharmacy or our ASO contract for administration of our healthcare might not necessarily provide the service. And in the overall scheme of things of what all of that costs us, this is a small, even at a couple $100,000 is a small piece, and I wouldn't want to limit this and make this a requirement of a bidder for services that we can cost us millions of dollars one way or the other the wrong way, because we put this as a requirement in order to participate in the bid. My concern on this is a couple-fold, different than yours, Mrs. Henderson. One of which is well, good catch on some of the extra fees, though. That was one of them, is that I'm concerned about extra fees, and I believe that the way this tabulation is laid out, it actually is misleading, but it does imply on top of that fee that there is the implementation, and there is also, it also says a data interface fee, but I think that's really what the total bid is part of, but it's not clear. I'd almost be assuming we'd be approving on top of the $230,000, a $185 per employee per month, and then $1,000 per interface, as you caught. That's correct. I think that's what we'd be approving, but I think it's part of the original price. That's because it's not clear, but that could be cleared up. My concern is unfortunately, during the bidding process, as soon as the bid goes out, there's this cone of silence where you can't speak to vendors. So it went out, and I was not able to verify with the vendor that they were aware. I assume they were. Unfortunately, there's a particular vendor that has helped us out significantly that would have partnered with somebody to reduce this even significantly more. We didn't exactly ask for that, but they could have come back to the table. I'm still trying to figure out why this particular vendor was not aware that this bid was out. We could have saved significantly more than what this is coming back at. Our issue is that there does take so much time to set this up and get ready for open enrollment in November. And I've heard it could take anywhere from 3 to 6 months to do some of the things like you're concerned about, to make sure the reporting is correct, to make sure the information is correct. Although, honestly, I don't see it as terribly complicated, because all it is a data collection tool, as I said before, SurveyMonkey on steroids, just collecting people's decisions and giving us that information. Anyways, I'm actually thinking what we need to do is we need to just postpone this decision. And one of the reasons was I found out that this other vendor had bid to the county, and I haven't had a chance to look at that to compare this to see what we might have been looking at. And if the county indicates that they might be awarding it, we can then consider that prior to our award and piggyback it if we feel it would save us a significant amount of money, which is, I've been led to believe it does, but I haven't had the time to get that information. I just learned that today. I don't think it's going to make a difference if we decide this today or in 2 weeks at our next meeting. So I would like to move to postpone this decision until our next meeting. So I move to postpone to next meeting. Give us a little more time to look at this.
I'll second that.
Is that a motion to table? Yes. Okay, well, there's no discussion on the motion to table. We have a second, though.
Is that okay? I just jumped on.
That's fine, so we can vote on this, on a postponement.
So are we voting on the motion or voting on the postponement?
I understand we have a motion to table this item until the next meeting in a second. There is no discussion, though.
Okay. So Mr. Ziegler made the motion. I seconded that. I've got to go back to the screen. Or is it, do you need a voice vote, Pam? No? To table it to the next meeting. To postpone to the next.
To explore concerns. You've got concerns, I've got concerns. I don't think we need to rush into it tonight.
I'm not seeing it on my screen. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, table item, there it is. Well, there it is. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Okay, next item is F27. I think, Mr. Ziegler, that was you, Bluefin Extension?
Yes, that is me. Another $100,000. I understand the need, Mrs. Pace. We've talked about this. What I wanted to bring up and that I'm disappointed in is I had made a request, I believe supported by the board, for us to look at what reporting methods of enrollment were available from the different vendors, which apparently there are 8 from the 8 interfaces. And the reason being is because, as I had said before, we're talking about enrollment primarily for new employees prior to the open enrollment that are eligible after their 90 days, I think is what it is.
45 days.
45 days.
And also life event changes.
And life event changes. And so my thought is, well, it would first of all be nice to know what the options are, because I can't believe that any specific vendor says you have to enroll through an electronic enrollment application. I'm sure they'd be glad to allow us to enroll any way they can get our business. Although we don't know what that is, because once we went out on bid for the benefits enrollment software, they stopped the analysis of what those options are. Again, for $100,000, I think that we can hire 2 people that could handle this. I think we should know what historically our enrollment is over these months. You know, is it 100 a month? Is it 500 a month? Is it 1,000? And then it's not handleable by 2 people? I don't know what it
That
is.
data was provided to you in a board update a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, I don't recall seeing it. I'm a little behind on those updates. So I'm a little apprehensive of approving another $100,000 without having the data that I thought I would have before I made this decision. And so until I have that data, I'm not going to support this. I mean, I may next meeting if I have the information, but at this time, I'm not going to support it.
It was in the update.
Well, I'm sorry, I was unaware of that.
Okay. Anybody else? No? Okay. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move to approve it.
Second.
Okay, motion was made by Mrs. Henderson, seconded by Mr. Craig. Is there any further discussion? Well, I'm going to add to the discussion. Just because we're looking at the time period that we are, you know, folks, this is also the time period where we're going to be changing over superintendents. Do we really want to have the whole insurance go belly up during that time too? I mean, I totally respect what you have to do with insurance, Mr. Ziegler, but on this one point, I don't want to take a chance with the insurance, so I'm gonna support this one. So I just want to add that to this. So, Mr. Craig?
I don't think we're in danger of the insurance going belly up.
No, what I meant in terms of the enrollment data, getting all of that and changing out.
I understand that. You know, and I think at one point or another, we have some very capable people who have put together a plan based on what we gave directive to. And so I think that the plan that came before us and the offers that were accepted or that were brought in were well presented. And you know, there comes a point where we have to trust that you know best for your department. And so that's why I would support it.
Well, I would. Do you think it is a good idea? Is that you? Mrs. Pace. Am I doing that?
Yeah, it's with when your watch gets close.
Oh, watch the, oh, no. Would you, if you were making, I mean, I understand that this was a board directive, and I guess you don't have to answer this if you choose not to, but I'd really like to know if you think this is the best interest to do right now, the entire changing everything over, because I'm not seeing that.
But wait a minute, I thought we were past that. This is just, we're past that one. We're postponing that one for 2 weeks. This is just.
You still have to have something on the table for them to have.
But this one is to extend Bluefin through August 31st.
And my issue is I wanted some data to make that decision on extending it, because I don't know what our options are, but they did not collect that information. she collected some of it as far as how many people enrolled each month, and I am sorry, but I did not see that. I'm delinquent in keeping up with some of those reports. But I don't know what the interface options are for enrollment to the carriers. And if they're saying it's, 50 a month, and all they got to do is put it on a spreadsheet and fax it over, I don't know what the options are.
So, Dr.
I just don't know, and therefore, until I know, I don't know what the alternative
I think,
is.
Dr. Pace, what I hear from board members is, since this obviously, you're the one that is under fire on this one when things, you're the one that gets the accolades when it goes right. You're the one that gets beat up when it goes wrong.
Yes.
So I think what I'm hearing them wanting to know is, what do you think is the best decision? The board wants your recommendation.
I do not believe that we have the capacity in-house to take this over right away and manage our process through the summer. April and May were historically low months for enrollment and new enrollees into insurance plans, but when you get into July, it is significantly heavy. July, August, September, into October. Original discussions or tentative discussions with the new company, Make My Benefits, they indicated to us that the soonest they would be ready to transition from Bluefin completely to their services and prepare for open enrollment was August the 30th. They really had hoped for September 30. But that pushes us too close to the open enrollment window for my comfort level, when we're going to have potentially new medical and pharmacy services as well. Okay. With the ITB process, which we went to instead of an RFP because of the shortened time window, it was up to our purchasing department, once those proposals came back, to conduct the tabulations and prepare the lowest responsible bidder. And to the best of my knowledge, Mr. Hinsman is not here today, he's out this week. He did that comparing both the setup costs and the administrative fees per month, and that's why this bid was not significantly lower, but slightly lower than the Bluefin proposal. They were the lowest responsible bidder in this particular case. But our services with Bluefin will expire as of April 30, based on the current contractual agreement that we have approved by the board. And I do not believe that we have the capacity or the resources in the next 2 weeks to make a transition.
So this will, by approving this will keep you from running out the door screaming tonight, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, ready to vote? Ready. Okay. Okay, but Dr. Pace breathes a sigh of relief. Okay, thank you. Next item, F28, the ESC job description, Mr. Craig.
And this will be real quick, but I just wanted to thank you all for taking the time in the ESC department to put all this together. The job descriptions, I think, came out right on spot. I know that there has been some communication from teachers, ESC teachers, from other people involved in the ESC world that I think are pushing back a little bit, and we've talked about that on an individual basis. But I just wanted to let you know that I as a parent of an ESC student and a pretty fragile one, I think we're right on the right track. So I want to thank you for what you've done, and I think it's the right thing going forward. And I think once we, as we talked about, we get everything set and those job descriptions are well-known, and we get the reporting functionality and who's going to be doing evaluations, that will put a lot of that to rest. So I didn't really have anything to ask you about other than I just wanted to make sure, because I know we, at least myself, have received several emails questioning this specific and what this means, and I just want to make sure everybody knows that we have had those discussions, and I'm very comfortable with what you've brought forward, so thanks.
Thank you very much. Yes.
If I may just add to that, I too have had extensive conversations with Ms. Boberski as well as with Dr. Theddy, and there have been a lot of people reaching out with concerns. And one of the things that I have communicated to them is, after extensive communication with them personally, I feel very comfortable with the direction that we're going in this plan. And so my request has been that we do our best to make sure that we are communicating those things that made us comfortable to our our school level folks, so we can make them comfortable as well. But at the same time, I would like to communicate to our school level folks that should they have some concerns, I would encourage them to reach out to our staff on that, because I think once it's all explained to them, they will feel much better about it. And so I appreciate your patience in answering all of our questions and letting us come back to you 10 and 15 times, just to clarify things and share concerns and ask for, an explanation of things. So thank you for all of your work on this. And as for our teachers and all of those frontline folks, please feel free to reach out to them and have those discussions, because I think when you see the details, it looks very different.
Absolutely, and we appreciate being able to work through this plan with the board and with our teachers and getting feedback back. We did put out a survey based on conversations we had, and we'll be getting that out to the stakeholders that participated, and welcome that feedback, and certainly appreciate the time that you've taken to meet with us to help support and move our exceptional education world a little closer to better support for students and for our teachers.
Okay, I just want to ditto what they said. Most people who know me, 11 years I've been on the board, that I'm a parent of an ESE child, and I've been in on those frequent conversations, and this is one of the things that I've wanted to see for many years. So I know change is hard. And so just please keep the board abreast on how this is going forward. And I just want to say the same things Misty did. For staff, if they still have concerns, let us know, let you know. But we will work through this, because as I think Ms. Klein said back there, that we got to keep the child as the focus.
Thank you very much. We do have a comprehensive team that's worked on this, so they can contact any one of us. Thank you so much for your support.
Okay, so Mr. Craig, would you like to make the motion then?
Motion to accept.
Second.
Motion was made to approve by Mr. Craig, seconded by Mrs. Belford. Is there any further discussion? No. Please vote. Okay, motion carries unanimously. The last polled item is mine, and that's the release of the reversionary interest on Melbourne property. And John, I'd like to thank you for explaining to everyone once again that this is not about the building itself. And, I really like the analogy of you training yourself to the building. The one item that I did talk with Mr. Beislein about that I would like to add to this particular motion is that usually, the way he explained it to me, is that when you sell property, that money has to go into capital. This is not property per se, this is a revision. It's getting late, folks. This is reversionary interest, and so I have asked him to explore the legality that we can put that into the Brevard Schools Foundation, set up an account, and use the money, the interest, to further arts throughout Brevard County as a part of this, so that although we were not able to continue with keeping that building open, we can continue with the mission of art. So, Mr. Beislein, would you add to that?
Yeah, I would be happy to research that. I've talked to another board member or two about that as well, but that's not a reason. It doesn't have to be a condition of this motion. I'll certainly do that, because we don't have to worry about that till it closes and we get the funds.
Right.
And so
well, I
that's
just
gonna
wanted to
be-
get it out there.
Right,
that
and I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. So would you explain for the people that continue to email us, if the board passes this motion tonight, what is it we are approving?
You're approving the contract with the City of Melbourne to release reversionary interest in a portion of the property that they own necessary for the proposed development in exchange for the payment of $50,000 to the school board. That is contingent upon the Bragg piece coming together as well. So unless, that still has to occur.
Okay.
So but you will have a contract in place with the City of Melbourne. The only condition on closing it is that we also have an agreement with the city, with Bragg, and that all depends on the developer getting what he wants out of the City of Melbourne. So,
Okay. So tonight, we're only approving our portion with Melbourne.
correct, contingent, with that condition, that it's a contingent.
Okay.
The contract's contingent on the other piece happening as well.
Okay, well, that's why you're the lawyer and I'm not. So I just wanted to make sure everybody, I see question marks now. Okay, So let's go back. I see two board members questioning that. So who wants to go first? John.
I mean, it's written. This says that this is, have revised, the City of Melbourne and Bragg have revised and formalized their offers for releasing reversionary interest on portions of land. So, and the recommendations are for both, there are two recommendations, one for the City of Melbourne and one for Bragg, which means we have formalized offers from both of them, unless this was written improperly.
No, I think that's, and Dane and I put that recommendation, what it means to me, and Dane, is
Dane,
we
come on down.
still have to have an agreement with Bragg. We don't have that, it's not before you for approval.
It says approve the offer.
Contingent, the offer is the money.
But it doesn't say that in our agenda.
Well, that's what the intention is. I can restate it. No.
Okay, so Dane, why don't you clarify? Because what we were approving, Harold, was, that's why I was questioning this. So Dane?
Yes, ma'am. The City of Melbourne has, in fact, developed a contract that is acceptable to your school board attorney. And the request tonight, the recommendation tonight is to approve that contract with the City of Melbourne. The Bragg, Brevard Regional Arts Group, has submitted a proposal for a cash offer of $350,000. If you would, that would be a formalized but not contract-ready offer. So the recommendation for Bragg is for the board to accept their offer of $350,000 and to direct the school board attorney to finalize that contract with them, which would come back to the board at a
I think
future
board members,
meeting.
where you got confused is Harold threw in the word contingent. If you'll read the second sentence, after the word approve the offer, the second sentence, which is the third line down, says authorize the school board attorney to finalize an agreement with Bragg to release the reversionary. So that's where his contingent.
So we are approving,
That $350,000 is what we'll accept.
we're approving the City of Melbourne.
You are approving a contract with the City of Melbourne. That contract, ultimately, the contract with the City of Melbourne would be contingent upon the execution of a contract with the city of, or with Bragg, correct?
Correct. Yeah, because the contract with Bragg is not before you. I guess what I did is I went a little further than the question was. The contract with the City of Melbourne, the closing of that contract, that is contingent upon having a contract with Bragg, which you don't have yet. But we're asking you to approve their $350,000 cash offer, and to be followed by a contract to be brought before you for approval.
Okay. Misty, are you okay? You still have that look of, I'm not sure. Okay. So since I'm the one that pulled it, I'd like to make the motion to approve with the condition that we explore putting the funds into the Educational Schools Foundation per what's allowed by law.
I don't think we need to do that. We can come back,
No,
and
no,
we
I
come back
wouldn't-
and direct where the
yeah, I
money's
wouldn't-
going to
yeah, I
go
wouldn't
after the fact.
condition
Oh, we don't have to
I wouldn't
condition it?
condition it
Okay.
at all.
I understand that that's what
Right.
As long as that's reflected in the minutes, Pam, I just want to make sure that the
I think we
intent-
all understand that. We need to find out what the legal, as far as it's understood to this point, and just so the community understands, is it's a capital transaction. What we had tried to do previously was do a partial capital transaction with the balance of the funds being directed by Bragg to an endowment, not even touching our hands, which that they could do because we would have our separate compensation. But we, by trying to control that endowment, that came off the table, and we're getting about $250,000 less overall, and we're going back to our original request, which is $400,000. The question is it capital-only transaction, in which case that ship sailed on the students getting anything or cultural arts getting anything? Because it's revisionary, there's high hopes that maybe we can direct it elsewhere, but we don't know that. So we're going to
and-
approve
and-
this,
and-
we'll
and-
approve where the money goes later.
And the issue about where the money needs to go, that's based on a DOE rule that I have to research more and get comfortable with, but it doesn't have
Understood.
anything to do with what you're approving tonight.
No, I
Understood.
wanted to make sure it was in the minutes because we all know if it's legal standard, if it's not written down, it didn't happen, so I just make sure it's in the minutes. Yes, Misty? Mrs. Belford?
I just have one thought on that issue that I want to put out there before we move forward, just so we have all considered this. If there is an option to negotiate an offer where those funds were being paid, don't shake your head no yet, where those funds are being paid to the foundation as opposed to being paid to BPS, and we were to release the reverter, I'm not saying that that is the solution, but what I'm saying is I think we should consider all options, because if we approve the City of Melbourne contract with them paying the $50,000 to us, and it turns out that if they paid the $50,000 to the foundation, we would be able to do an endowment, I don't want us to have shot ourselves in the foot because we didn't consider our options.
Or there might be matching out there somewhere.
Well, yeah, but I'm not sure that's going to work.
If I may, I had that thought, because I would really like to see something for the kids in the cultural arts, and I asked that question, and I was told, no, this is now going to be a flat transaction as the offer, because they just want to get it done and move forward.
Okay.
So I've already had that thought. It's a great thought, and I was told it's not an option. So, by Bragg. I was trying to figure we get there. So right now, it's a flat offer. It's either capital or we can direct it elsewhere. Right now, though, we're just approving the configuration of this, and then we can figure out the rest where it goes later.
I understand what the board wants to do, and I'll do my best to see if we can do it.
I think we all agree we'd like to find some way to help students in cultural arts. I think that's unanimous across the board, but that's not part of this conversation tonight.
Okay, so I didn't make my motion yet, did I? No. Okay, motion to approve.
Second.
So I made the motion to approve. Mrs. Henderson seconded that. Sorry, I'm giving it in the first, once it's after 9 o'clock, we're to first names. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. Wow, those get long.
I know, right? Wow, where'd it go?
Motion carries unanimously. Okay. We are now ready for our one action item. Dr. Bingley, you've been too quiet down there.
Thank you, Ms. Nisi. Item G60 is to hold a public hearing to approve the naming of the West Shore Junior Senior High School stage in the auditorium, the Jim Melia Memorial Stage.
Okay, the public hearing's declared open. For all of you that have been here since the very beginning, does anyone wish to speak at this public hearing on this? All of you in the back? Okay, this concludes the public hearing. What are the wishes of the board?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay, guys. Who moved to approve? Oh, I thought you, wow, okay. Okay, motion was made to. We sound alike. Motion was made to approve by Mr. Ziegler, seconded by Mr. Craig. Is there any further discussion? Please vote. Oh, yeah, this is not good. Okay. We will move on to the information agenda. The information agenda includes items for board review and will be brought back for action at a subsequent meeting. No action will be taken on these items tonight. Dr. Bingley.
There are 8 items under the information category.
Okay. Does any board member wish to discuss anything on the information agenda? Of course. Oh, no, I'm just glad we have a script, because once we hit 9 o'clock, I'm in trouble. So, okay, which one do you want to discuss?
H64.
H64, which is the departmental reorganization plans for operating. Okay, anybody else? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Okay, you want me to turn your mic on? Sure. Okay, you're on.
One of the things when speaking to Mrs. Pace about this, that the customer relations portion of this, I would ask you all to kind of go back and look at for a couple of reasons. First of all, and I didn't tell Mr. Scully this, Lieutenant Scully this, but there was talk of moving someone from security out to the front desk because it would prevent people from going in there first, which sort of makes sense. But if we do that, I'm just wondering if there needs to be, if you guys agree that she could at least look at it, maybe then the customer service people also go under the security people for a couple of reasons. One, everybody out there would be under one supervisor, and two, we would ensure that the people who are in charge of our front lines and knowing all the information immediately would have it. So sometimes they don't get all the information right away. And it would be really nice if something critical came in from at one of our schools that our customer service would look at, would have that information before, like my neighbor does, which has happened on occasion. Or we might get something, but they don't know it. They should know it right away so that we could find out more information from them. I'm just asking her
Dr.
to
Pace,
look at.
would you come up and explain
Here's-
what your thoughts are on customer service and why, just what your thoughts, it sounds like you two have discussed this.
Well, all I did was bring it up to her. I'm bringing it up to you to ask her to look at it in more detail to see if that would
Lieutenant
work.
Scully and Ms. Irwin and I have had some discussions about the best way to handle customer service and security. I don't know if you're aware, you may not have been into the security office, but they did do some renovation to try to add a little bit of a security level there so that when people are coming in to be fingerprinted, they don't have access to that entire area and don't necessarily hear everything and anything that's going on in there. And so the temporary services clerk who's been working with Lieutenant Scully and the staff in that office has been coming out to get people for fingerprinting and those types of things. We certainly could consider bringing all of that under one umbrella and doing some cross-training there. It's a consideration. Absolutely. If that would be the wishes of the board.
I need more information first, because changing from one department to another doesn't sound like a big deal, but it could be.
Right.
So I guess I would like to have more discussion with both. Yeah.
Well, and I definitely think that Mrs. Henderson brought up a good point in terms of making sure that our customer service folks are the front line when new information comes in or alerts are going out, and we're going to fix that no matter what.
Yeah, because there's some, because they shouldn't be the last to know.
Absolutely. There's still sometimes when, with the way social media works, I'll get an alert on my phone from Florida Today or ABC News, and I'm like, okay, Lieutenant Scully, what's going on? But that's not his fault. That's just the way social media works.
Right.
But like I said, we are going to, after my conversation with Mrs. Henderson, make it a point to make sure that our customer service folks and our security folks all have access to the same information at the same time that we need to have it.
The other portion.
Okay, I'll put it on for you.
Okay. The other portion of that was a job description that was going to be changed with an increase. Part of that was based on public records requests. I did give Mrs. Pace some information that, and apparently Mrs. Irwin has more information for me, but what I did was I took our weekly reports. I know that Andy and I got them because him and I like to look at all that stuff. It used to go out to all board members, and I'm not sure that you two are on that list. Do you get the weekly, the Friday reports?
I used to get them. I don't get them anymore.
But what it shows is, the number of people that come in there, the number that come.
Yes.
Public records requests, subpoenas, how much scanning's been being done, and all that information. Well, part of the justification for one of the jobs was that the public records information has just been exorbitant. Well, the reality is, since I'm a nosy Nelly and I keep all that information, I have it in a folder back to 2013, and I brought out a 2013 public records information and the one from last week. And there really is no difference. So I just think that we need to make sure before we go giving a new title and more money to someone, that in fact, that job needs to be compensated like that.
And I have asked Mrs. Irwin to sit down with Mrs. Henderson, and she certainly can share information with all the board
I
about
think
the data that
everybody
she
needs
has.
that information. I will certainly make sure that the rest of the board gets the information that I sent to Mrs. Pace as well, because you need to see it for yourself.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Yes.
I just have a quick comment on the first issue that Ms. Henderson brought up, and with regard to shifting people on that issue as well. I think probably you all need to have additional discussion and then share your recommendation on that with the board.
That was the idea.
So that we can make sure as we move further down this road that we have input from those who need to have input on it.
Absolutely.
The only thing I would add, and it isn't for tonight, but all of the dialogue around records requests, I mean, it's part of a larger reorganization that encompasses all of our community relations. So I think the whole thing just needs to come forward in totality and make sure that it makes sense to everybody. I mean, I know a lot of work was put in all the departments to keep it not only budget neutral or better, but try to deliver service in a way that is the best it can be. So I just think we need to make sure we look at it in totality.
Absolutely.
I agree. Okay. Is it for me? Okay, I see that there's no staff reports and there's no additional public presentations. We are at discussion points. We have several of them tonight under board member reports, discussion points, and the first one is mine, which is closed versus open practice. Now this one,
Madam Chairman, you want to do the superintendent search stuff first?
Yeah.
Did we put on the agenda at this?
okay, sure. I'm looking at,
Items,
okay, so you want to jump right to those?
if that's okay with,
Sure, so we'll go right to the Superintendent Search Advisory Committee members? You want to start with that one first because it's listed? Okay, well, okay, everyone had an opportunity to meet with Ray and Associates this afternoon. At a previous meeting, that was the one I was on the phone, is I gave a list of groups that I would recommend. Well, first off, the charge that we need to have written up that I think that I would recommend that we have this group is really twofold. Is that they develop a criteria, that they come up with some criteria, some things that they're looking for. And the second part is they give us feedback, input during the interview process. So that would be twofold. I don't know, Harold, if you have a better way of wording that than I do?
yeah, I've got something I'm going to work on to bring back to the board at the beginning of, at a special meeting just before the workshop
Okay.
next week, with a proposed charge for them that I've
Okay.
still got a draft.
Okay, but
But
of the
it
groups,
encompasses what you're talking about.
Right.
But it was in a little more detail.
Ray and Associates will be back next week, as you know, for our workshop. They would meet with us for an hour, and then they would meet with this committee. So we're going to need to have a very quick turnaround, which is why it's on the meeting for tonight. Of the groups that I listed, these are just my suggestions. That's why it's on this for tonight. These groups would pick their own people. So for example, BFT would select a person. 1010 would select a person. BASA would select a person. We would have to decide how we'd pick the three parents, one from North area, one from Central, one from South. 3 chamber members, one from North, one from Central, one from South. 1 member of the EDC. I was thinking 1 member from the military, and Dr. Thetti, I always think of him as Reggie. Reggie Logan, okay. Those were my suggestions. I was trying to keep it 12 or less people, have it be from, countywide, because when you start, you've got, you have to kind of keep your group to a certain level, because as you know with committees, if it can get too large. Palm Beach County ended up with 27 at one point, and then that just gets crazy. My first thoughts are, does anyone have a problem with the groups that I've listed? Yes.
My only question is on the parents. How are you going to assign area superintendents to
No,
choose
and
parents?
and that's what we have to decide. That's what I was going to ask. I'm not for sure. The other thing we could do is we could each pick a parent. We could have 5 parents, and each of us pick a parent.
I think we should stay out of it.
Okay. That's why.
Only just because I think, I would love to pick a parent, but I think that we need to make this somebody else's. So like you have the parents group, you could email them. Michelle could email them, and they could pick somebody from
Within the next week.
You know, or
See if anyone would volunteer from that group? Could you handle that, Dr. Bingley? Get people from that group, one from North?
Yeah, we just had our last meeting, and Diana can get something out to,
Let's put Diana in charge of getting the 3 parents then.
you're just going to need to give us parameters. Is it north, central, south?
North,
Is it
Central, South.
or is it one?
elementary, middle, high? You know, I mean.
Yes.
Well, you need everything, right?
Yeah, John, what do you think?
The good discussion, and I agree there. I do think that there's an organization that we could turn it over to, which is the Brevard Parent Action Committee. They're a registered PAC, and they can work to select them as well.
Problem is, we only have a week turnaround, John.
Well, I mean, you're giving the same thing to all these other people. You're going to give it to the EDC and the chamber to pick
True.
one from their membership.
I guess the
Doesn't
thing
need to be a member.
Okay. I kind of like the idea of the parent advisory group because they've been involved with the district coming in once a month and doing this.
We already have the contacts with them. All we have to do is get the information out, and they can figure out a way to pick somebody.
I like the idea of maybe more than 3. What about
One from each district.
one from each district?
And how many people is on your list?
Then that would be, instead of 3 parents, that would be 5 parents. I like that.
So what did that bring your total?
1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11. That would be 13, lucky 13. We could handle that. I'm looking down the list. Anybody?
What is your military? Is that
Reggie
Air
Lo-
Force? Is that Navy? Is that Coast Guard? We have everything here.
The reason I picked Reggie
National
Logan.
Guard?
The reason I picked Reggie Logan is he has been our military liaison for South Patrick. I'm looking back at Dr. Thetty and has worked very closely with her. And so he's been very involved with our schools. It's not that the others are not as important, but since, yeah.
Did you want to be on it? No.
I just thought he was the logical connection. Yes, Misty.
I think it's great that we're including so many different groups of folks to give input, because I think that that's very important. One concern that I have is that we need to ensure that we have a diverse group that's giving input on it, and that we potentially look at including our faith-based community as well. If we're going to have the business and we're going to have the military, then I think we should probably also consider some input from those other types of community groups. If we went with a representative from the ministerial coalition, I think we could probably do that fairly easily. They could nominate someone.
Well, and I actually talked about that with the group. And the reason you'll notice I purposely left that out, and I purposely left out because we also have a lot of groups. We have several different Hispanic groups. We have NAACP. We have and different subgroups underneath that. And then it's like, who do you not invite? So the second part of this is that there will be a link for, there'll be a survey site, Harold, that you and we talked to Ray and Associates
Yeah,
about.
that's going to go up tomorrow.
And that will go up to tomorrow for these other groups to weigh in to have the same sort of input. But my concern was what Ray and Associates said, that's what happened with Palm Beach County, is they felt like, well, we want to ensure that these groups are diverse. My hopes are, and my direction's going to be between Pam and Harold that are going to contact these groups, is that these people within their groups, that there'll be some diversity within these groups themselves. Because otherwise, if you try to make sure you're inclusive of every group, we're going to end up with 150 people in the room. And, yes.
So what exactly do you think this group is going to do?
Okay, what I see the purpose of the group is, for example, what we're going to do one of the first things we have to do as board members is they're going to give us the 30-something criteria, and we have to pick our 10 that we think are most important. That's what this group will be doing.
But isn't that also what, when we put out the website,
That's
also what everybody else is going to be doing?
But it also gives them, okay, that's the first part. But what is the bigger part that they will be doing is when we go to interviews and we have our 3 final candidates, they will be in the room and they will have comment sheets. And they're going to fill out comment sheets during the interview process. So instead of us going around the room sometimes and sitting down and chatting, we're going to get all of those comment sheets and we're going to get copies of all of them so we can see not only so that we know what those people are thinking about the people we're interviewing. So they're giving us their input into the candidates we're interviewing.
Draft.
And, you know, compared to...
There's really 3 things, and
Right,
Amy hit it good, but I
Compared to
can,
the past, nobody's had, this is the most, as I've talked to you guys before, this is the most important job we do as a board. But it also doesn't mean that we can't take input. We're not turning that over to them.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, it's making them...
I'm trying to understand what the difference between this committee and what they will do and what everybody else that's going to be invited, that you were just talking about, what they are going to do,
All
what
they're
we
gonna-
are going to do. We're all going to be doing the same thing.
The people-
except they're going to do something else, and that's what I'm trying to get
Okay,
at.
these people will be in the audience when we do the final interviews and filling out the comment sheets.
Anybody can be in the audience.
Right, but these people are going to actually have comment sheets to give us.
but the draft I'm looking at is they provide input on qualifications and help develop the superintendent profile, what you're looking for. That's input to you. And then,
I thought they talked about strengths and weaknesses.
that's it, the profile. Yeah. And then participate in any other outreach activities determined by the search firm at the direction of the board. Maybe we may not have any of that because we've got this survey going.
Okay, I just want to make sure
Thirdly,
it's late. I just wanna make
thirdly,
sure.
during the interview of the final applicants by the board, the ad hoc superintendent search committee will complete the impression sheets and submit them to the board for consideration. So they'll be sitting in the audience at the public meeting when you're doing it, and then provide input sheets to you, but you're making a final decision.
Right. See, what I see happening is the last time we did this, is I'd move around the room and talk to people, but not everybody else had the opportunity to talk to the same people I did. And, you know, and I want feedback. I knew I was still making my own choice, but this way, we're, out of all 13 people, I'm going to see what all 13 of those people said, and you're going to see the same 13 pieces of paper that I do. And I think that will make for some good discussion among the 5 of us. You know, I think it will help with our deliberative process on what will be the most important decision we make.
I'm not arguing,
I know that. I'm standing on my soapbox. Okay, John?
No, the only thing I'd like, good point. The only thing I would like to add is that I do think that we ought to have some higher education represented, specifically since we have dual enrollment. I think that, you know, Eastern Florida is a partner of ours. They're the recipient of our product in many cases, and they should be part of that committee as well.
And I understand, Ms. Nisi, where you're coming from and not wanting the committee to get huge. But if they're going to be sitting in the room with us for the final 3 interview or whatever it is, if I look at 13 sheets of paper or I look at 25 sheets of paper, it doesn't really make a difference to me. If they're not going to be directly asking questions or, you know what I mean? If it's just an opportunity for them to give us input through these feedback forms, I'm okay with looking at 25 instead of 13 or 15 instead of 13 or, you know what I mean? We probably don't want 150. But I would rather make sure that we're getting input. You know, I feel like there's probably a lot of groups that we haven't considered. And perhaps, since we're doing the survey, everybody's going to be able to have input on the survey, right? Because we're putting that out online so everybody can complete it. Right. And that's what's going to be considered in determining the profile for what we're looking for in a new superintendent. So I'm not sure really why we're why we're differentiating between the committee for that portion as opposed to everyone who's completing the survey, because we're going to consider everyone's input, I'm assuming, or we wouldn't ask them to complete the survey. So I'm wondering if perhaps, because we didn't, or at least I didn't, maybe other board members did, but I did not have an opportunity to see these groups prior to coming tonight.
Madam Chairman, from what I got out of the discussions we had with the search firm today was, one of the things that this group's going to do is to work with these, the search firm's going to work with these people to develop, get an idea of what this community-based group of people would like to see, and the search firm's going to put together the profile based on that input. Also, the survey that's going to be online, hopefully we'll get a lot of participation in that, but the search firm's going to gather that and crunch it and put it into a form where it makes sense to you. And I think that's the value of this, more so than to get all these disparate groups in here to weigh in on what.
Because the survey online is just, analytical, whereas when you're coming into a room, those groups are going to be talking among each other. And a lot of that's going to be hearing them interact, what's worked before, what hasn't, a lot of, what are things they're happy with now, what are things they're not happy with that they'd like to see changed. And I think part of the thoughts was these would be the stakeholders. Everybody's a stakeholder in Brevard County, I get that, but these are the people that have been at the heart of things for the past couple years, and we really wanted to get them in a room, is where I was at. I want to get them in a room and get them talking. That's where I was. I want them to do more than just fill out a sheet. I want them to go above and beyond that and really dig into the heart of what needs to happen next for Brevard County. Right, and
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so the only way they're going to talk to each other is in a public meeting that we call for that committee.
yeah. So you're right. They're doing a lot more than the people that will just do the survey. You're right. I'm not. My proposal is to not have all the faith-based groups, the minority groups. I'm hoping that the 13, 14, 15 that we come up with tonight will have some of that in there, because I'm not trying to be exclusive.
And
Yes.
I didn't mean to insinuate that.
No, I'm looking at Dave Berman out there and saying, please, the headline should not be that what I'm wanting is a solid group that really understands what has made Brevard Schools what it is today, so that they can help the five of us come up with who needs to step into these shoes to take us to that next level.
And I understand that. The problem is, as Ms. Belford said, we didn't know your list.
Well, at the
nor-
last workshop that I participated by phone, I actually read off these same names.
All right, I never heard that because it was very garbled.
Oh,
But,
I'm sorry.
and nor were we ever asked if we had any opinion on it. So I think that we have a
Did you hear me at
timeline,
that
once
workshop?
again.
Okay.
Everybody keep, saying, well, we have to hurry up. Exactly what I said 2 weeks ago. We can't let the timeline drive a good decision and a good involvement in the community. That is not good practice. And if it takes us another few days to get a good representative body, then so be it. It all goes back to continuity of operations. We've got people in place, hopefully, that are going to be able to do that. We can't let the timeline drive good practice.
And I don't disagree, and I'm sorry my phone was, but I did at the workshop, I listed these, I know Harold had them, and I think Harold, I even had you repeat them at the meetings for me, and I said these were the ones that I was bringing forward, and they were in the minutes for the workshop too. So, well, I guess, first off, are there any other additions? I'm hearing, let me go through the list again, BFT, 1010, BASA, 5 parents from the Parent Advisory Group, 3 Chamber, 1 EDC, and Reggie from the military. And if Reggie can't be there, we'll figure out something else. Is there any other group that I have neglected?
Yes, I think Eastern Florida needs to be included.
And I guess this is, and the only comment I have to this one, John, is that they didn't involve us in their search. And I guess you know, I know that's petty, and probably part of that's because it's 9:35 at night. But who there? Who would you have? It's a huge campus, many campuses. Which department? I mean, that's kind of my question. Who there do you think has the best, and what role, what knowledge base would they bring to our CEO?
I don't think that, just as every other group, we're not putting any limitations on who those groups pick. We go to the president and say, if you would like to be involved, we'd love to have you a part of it and have someone join our group.
Definitely a worthy thought. What we've got to be careful is we need to keep this list like you have it fairly generic. When we start picking different organizations or colleges, what about the other colleges? What about the other organizations? What about with the chambers? You're covering the chambers. You're covering some generic. It'd be nice if we got diversity amongst people in those organizations. I think diversity is very important. But we got to keep the list fairly generic and close to what we've used in other processes, because I've not heard objections to the other processes. So we could open this up ad infinitum and discuss the merits of every one of those groups, and there's merits to them. I just think we need to keep it as simple as possible, or we will go overboard.
Understand, but we were just asked if there were more groups. So I brought out another group.
And I think
Okay, is there a majority of the board that wants to add Eastern Florida?
I have no objection to anybody being on this committee. Whatever you want, I just want to recommend you keep it
Because Dave Berman's
simple.
sitting out there in the audience.
Okay, Dave could be on the committee, I'm fine with that too. Let's just keep it simple and get it done.
Okay, fine, let's add Eastern Florida. I'm fine, because you're right, we have a very important partnership with Eastern Florida, and I'm being petty, so, okay, and because I'm tired. So that keeps it at 14. Eastern Florida. So do you need us to vote on this, Harold?
Yes. Vote on each one of these four.
Okay. So what I need is a motion to accept the composition of the superintendent search ad hoc committee meeting, ad hoc committee member organizations. Do you need me to read those one more time?
Move as
Okay.
just discussed with the addition of Eastern Florida.
Okay,
Second.
Pam, okay. Motion was made by Mr. Ziegler, seconded by Mr. Craig. The organizations that will select a member for next Tuesday's meeting, which will be next Tuesday morning, are BFT, 1010, BASA, 5 parents, 3 chamber, 1 EDC, 1 military, 1 Eastern Florida. Each school board member's district. But those will be chosen from the parent advisory group.
Would that be their address or the school? I just want to make sure, because sometimes they're different.
Hey, it doesn't, one or the other.
The school they represent.
Either the school or because sometimes where they live is a difference. Either one's fine with me.
I got to defend Titusville here. Titusville has a chamber. There are actually 4 chambers.
Oh,
And so unless you want to decide which 3 you're going to pick, I don't want to get into that pickle. And as a chamber person, I've got to acknowledge the fact there are 4.
Very good point.
Okay. So do I have a friendly motion? Okay, we're not going above 15. Yes. Okay, so a motion to amend, friendly motion here, so we're up to 15 now. So, North area, way to go, North area. Okay. Okay. Any further discussion?
you need a second, right?
Yes.
Oh,
I did it, John seconded.
okay, yeah,
So
John, did you second the friendly motion?
Friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment, yeah, okay. So, Misty, are you ready to vote? We're going to do a voice vote?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So we're adding 2 for the North area.
What are we adding to for the north area?
No, you're going to have, there are 4 chambers in this county. We're going to have one, all 4 invited to.
Yeah, they're all 4 invited to send somebody.
Titusville, Cocoa Beach area, Melbourne Regional, and Palm Bay.
That was it, my bad. Okay. I'm sorry, my bad, I'm just. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
The next one is to approve the superintendent's timeline, which each one of you got a copy of that today in your meeting.
Yes.
Move to approve.
Oh.
Superintendent's timeline.
Okay, hold on a second.
Second.
Okay, motion was made by Mrs. Henderson, seconded by Mr. Ziegler. Just for the viewing audience and people that might be interested, what we're looking at is stage 1 planning. Is what you saw today was the consultant team met with individual board members, and we approved information tonight. Next week, during board workshop, we'll meet with the Rain Associates, and Mr. Beislein will meet with the search ad hoc committee. There will be printed promotional flyer. There'll be the information going out in printed material. What we're looking for is by May 20, the deadline for applications would be May 24th. The board would receive applicant names on May 25th. The board would receive the bios of the applicants on June 5th. The week of June 15th, all the candidates are presented to the board, and the consultant will utilize a consensus building matrix in selecting candidates for interviews. Week of 6/15th, the ad hoc committee provides candidate feedback sheets to the board, and week of 6/15, meeting with the consultant following the last interview. So discussion from, obviously, the people that approved and seconded the timeline are ready to move on, but I'm going to look at our 2 newest board members. Mrs. Belford.
I'm fine moving forward with the timeline, with the caveat that if we get into this and we go, whoa, we need to put the brakes on,
I concur.
that we understand as a group and agree that we will take the time to put those brakes on. Because what I don't want is to rush it through and make a poor choice because we're committed to a timeline.
I agree.
And I think Ray and Associates needs to understand that loud and clear as well.
I spoke to them about that today. If they do not have candidates that they feel that we are, that are good enough for us, we're not going forward. We won't go forward. They already know that. But I think.
Well, and I want to add to that. The reason I feel.
Yes, we did.
The reason I feel pushed is that I know when candidates are out there looking, and this is prime, sounds like it's deer hunting season, but this is prime superintendent hunting season. And if my concern is by going slower, that all the good candidates get picked by other districts and we're with the leftovers.
And that's a fact.
And that is the fact. So that's, just like you're worried, just like I know you, Misty, and you, John, are worried that we're moving too quickly. I'm paranoid that we're going to miss the good one. It's like I got to get out there first to see who's out there and available. So my word too, if we don't find the right candidate, I'm not going to push this just to get a body in here. So, John, did you want to add? Okay, so all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Harold, next one.
Next one is, you were all provided with a suggested superintendent search advertising list. And
Yes.
it was recommended that you approve advertising in the publications that are above the line, all of them. And there are 3 below the line that's recommended that you also approve public advertising in their publications.
Harold, did you give those out during, because I don't think I got mine.
Well,
Oh, okay, here it is.
and,
I know you gave me a bottom line cost, so.
right, the estimated cost would be about $6,000. And the major one is Education Week, which apparently you've got to be in that one.
Huh?
So, Amy, I have an extra copy.
Yeah, you can just send it down to me. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
add it to my file. That would be great. Okay, any questions from board members? Yeah, you can't get candidates without advertising. So do I have a motion to approve? Yes.
And this just kind of brings up a question I had before. What is our budget for this.
Greg, this is the same budget, advertising budget that we did 6 years ago.
No, I'm talking about in totality. In a holistic standpoint, you know, we, just as we just discussed with multiple different items on the agenda, we're slowly adding things on there without looking at the big picture, and I think I asked for that, of what is going to be our budget. We need to know what that budget is so that we know where we're at when we're spending on it. Now, that can come from prior knowledge.
The average cost, the firm, $35,000. The cost of bringing in candidates to advertisement, you're probably looking at between $65,000 and $70,000 total is what we've budgeted, that it will cost total to do this.
And that includes all attorney fees and all travel and all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Different than what we talked about last time, but okay.
That's what was said at the workshop, actually.
Didn't include some other things, but okay.
Need a motion to approve the advertising?
Motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Wait a minute, she has a question.
I'm not sure what we're approving. Are we approving above the line, the entire form, the?
I thought it was above the line.
Yeah, advertise everything, advertise in in all the publications that are above the line, and just the three that are ticked off below the line.
I just know that's what Ray and Associates recommended. Which one?
Yeah, the three below the line, you've got a Latin publication, you've got a minority publication, and another publication. So you get the idea is to get it out in the entire community.
And my question on it is, why would we eliminate the last one if we were looking to make sure that we covered all of our various groups?
The third one up.
The recommendation, as I understand it, comes from experience of where superintendents look for advertisements. I would suggest that we could always ask them if they've ever have any experience with superintendents looking in those ones that are not selected, but their goal is to pick the areas that are most typically looked at. We could add others if you want to add others. Some of them are not very expensive. Diversity.com is $95 for 30 days, not a big deal. The other one starts getting a little more expensive, but whatever.
I move to approve it as is.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Vice Chair. Okay, remember, Vice Chair, Chair. Motion's made to approve by Mrs. Henderson, seconded by Mr. Ziegler. Did I get that right? Is there any further discussion? And I'll stay here all night if we need to. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, and I'd just like to remind the board, I know we're tired, but this, once again, I want to remind you, this is the most important decision we're making. We're not going to rush this. And if I need to go make some pot of coffee for us, I will. Okay, Harold, what's next?
Last one is to approve the salary range.
Okay, and would you please remind the board and the viewing audience what state law has said?
Yes, State Statute 1001.50 subsection 5 provides that notwithstanding any other law, a superintendent may not receive more than, this is appointed superintendent, okay, which we have. We not receive
Can
more
you
than,
talk into your microphone?
Yeah. May not receive more than $225,000 in remuneration annually from state funds. And that's the only funds that we have. So the recommendation is that the board approve a base salary of $225,000 plus the comprehensive benefit package. The final salary will be determined based upon the candidate's experience and meeting the board's criteria. but the 225 would be the top.
Okay. Questions from board members? Oh, no, I'm kind of looking down. A question, I should be saying questions or comments. You have a look like you want to talk. Do you want me to turn the mic on? No. Okay.
I would just like to make sure that we pay special attention to the fact that the comment there was the 225 will be the top, and that doesn't mean that necessarily we are immediately offering $225,000. It means that that is going to be the top of our salary range for base salary, and for everyone to understand that that is legislatively capped unless we are going to kick in other funds for that, and that there will be benefits in the way of health insurance and that sort of thing, but I want to make it very clear that we're not intending, nor will I can't speak for the other board members, I will not approve going out and spending, $350,000 on a superintendent.
Yeah, there's no
so,
smoke and mirrors.
yeah, this is not, we're not trying to pull anything over. We just have to have that cap there, and then the actual salary will be negotiated based on the qualifications of the individual chosen.
Correct? Okay. Mr. Ziegler, are you okay? I'm good. Mrs. Henderson? Mr. Craig? Okay, so did I have a motion yet?
Move to post salary in the range of up to 225 as discussed.
Second.
Okay, a motion was made by Mr. Ziegler, seconded by Mrs. Henderson. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so Harold, is that it?
And then at the next special meeting next week, I'll have for you a draft proposed charter or charge for this advisors ad hoc committee.
Okay. So if we could go back to discussion points, board members, the first one I want to talk about is closed versus open practice. And we may need to carry this over to the next meeting because this actually came up before the two new board members got on the board. So I just want to give you a little bit of background on this. This came to me via a parent who, more than one parent, more than one school, and who it affects are those sports activities that are inside. That would be volleyball, basketball, wrestling. And so the current policy is that the coach decides. If they want to have a closed if they don't want parents to be in at practices, they close them. Now, there are certain practices I could see that being very appropriate if it's a tryout. There's certain times where it might be disruptive. But my personal opinion is that we have no secrets. And if just like with other sports, football, lacrosse, soccer, parents come all the time. Band practices, there's always parents on the sideline. And as a parent, as soon as someone tells me that I can't come to see something, I get suspicious. The other part of it is that I've become cynical enough because I've been on the board for 11 years. The inappropriate things that have happened have been community coaches or people in after-school activities where I think there needs to be an increase in supervision, not a decrease in supervision. So Dr. Thaddy did exactly what the composition of the board asked her to do at that time. She pulled everybody together, the different principals, coaches, and they did what I expected them to do. They told her they wanted to keep doing what they were doing and let the coaches decide. So and that was in a board update. Did you read that one? I'm just looking at you to give you a hard time. And so, and I said, and I wanted to say thank you, Dr. Thaddy, for doing that. But I guess I wanted to ask the composition of this board. I have never believed in everybody doing whatever they want because we have too many schools, too many students. And if there is and I understand problem parents. We all know that you usually spend 95% of your time with 5% of the people. But there's a process in place for that. If a parent is being difficult, then you address it with that parent and you have that parent escorted out or you ask them to leave. But you don't ban everybody. So what I'm asking for the board, and if we need to carry it over for you to investigate it further, I'm fine with that. I don't want there to be closed practices. If a parent wants to sit in on a practice, unless it's like a tryout or if it needs to be the exception to the rule, not the general rule. That was my take on it, but I'm putting it out to all of you.
I agree, and since you really can't control that in some environments, then you're penalizing those on school property, whereas some of our organizations will, like Crew is out on the river, you can't ban that, or if they're at a county tennis court, you can't ban them from going to the county park, and so then you're, and I agree, deal with the problems as they come, allow the coaches to decide what's in the best interest of the students that they're coaching.
So you're agreeing that a coach cannot have a standard practice of, so a coach cannot tell their parents that I'm this year's volleyball coach and all my practices are closed.
I thought you were just saying to leave it up to the coaches.
That's the way it is now, and I'm saying no.
So you don't want it to close. I believe they all should be open, unless
Okay,
there's a problem.
the coaches went to on an individual basis to decide, and I'm saying I don't like that because, first off, well, for all the reasons you heard me say, I just think we're a public school. Our doors are open. Mrs. Belford.
I would agree. From the standpoint of a parent, I do not think that the coaches or the schools or certainly the school board has any right to tell me that I can't be present when someone is interacting with my child. Furthermore, I think that it is sending very much the wrong message, much like us making our students sign on their FSA and FCAT that they're not going to discuss the test and not divulge any of the information to their parents. I think that is just not where we need to go. And I think that it is almost a protection for the district for the parents to be able to be there and observe the practice. And yes, if there's a problem parent, then we deal with a problem parent. But I don't think that we should exclude parents from being able to observe practices. I think that's just problematic.
Okay, Mr. Craig?
I agree.
Mrs. Henderson? So, Dr. Bingley, Dr. Setti, I know that there's probably a group of individuals that aren't going to be happy to hear that, but the direction of the board, I appreciate you pulling all of those people together, but the direction of the board is that all practices will be open, that certain ones can be closed for specific reasons, but that is to be the exception, not the rule. Okay, next item is out-of-area policy. A couple of us wanted to discuss this, and this is in reference to employees being able to have an out-of-area placement for their child when a school is closed or if it's right next door. And I know I have this as an issue. Does any other board member have this as an issue? My issue is, even after the things tonight, and I know that these poor individuals have been here all so long. Look at those sad faces. I know. I'll tell you really where I'm at with our employees. They work so hard for so little. And I know you don't want to hear me say this. I think our employees ought to be able, if it's going to alleviate stress, they ought to be able to put their kids at school that's going to make their life easier.
I actually have had an opportunity over the past few days to reach out on this some and have some discussion about the best way to approach it. And I think both where you're coming from and where I'm coming from, for example, in the north end, we have Madison and Oak Park right next to each other. As it stands now, if I worked at Madison and Oak Park was at 100% capacity, I could not bring my elementary age child with me and allow them to attend Oak Park next door.
See, and that's
I would
what
have to leave them, if I lived in Melbourne, I would have to leave them in an elementary school in Melbourne or take them to another school in that area that wasn't at that capacity, which is not always a possibility.
See, I have that. Indy Atlantic is next door to Hoover. I have a Hoover teacher that wants to bring her child next door to Indy Atlantic, but Indy Atlantic is frozen.
And so I had the opportunity to discuss it some with Mr. Theodore. I was not able to connect with Ms. Archer today because we both had kind of crazy schedules, so I didn't get the opportunity to speak with her. I did speak some with Dr. Bingley prior to the meeting tonight. And initially what I had done is gone and actually looked at the district map and said, okay, what schools do we have that are at 100% capacity, so it's closed to other than school-based employees, because that's how the policy reads. There are only 7 schools in the district where that currently is an issue. Doesn't mean it won't be an issue going forward. And so looking at what employees would want to put their children in those schools potentially, it got rather convoluted. I think probably our best way to approach it, rather than a policy change, because the policy currently does state school-based employees for that school. I think what I would like to do, just to simplify everyone's life, Mr. Theodore did not feel like it would be an issue pushing capacity utilization if we allowed on a limited basis exceptions to that rule where it just makes sense and it's in the best interest of that student and the parent, and I think most importantly of the district as well, because if going back to the example of Oak Park and Madison, if my child's next door at Oak Park, I can run over for the award ceremony and run back to Madison. But if I'm at Madison and my child is at Jupiter, then I'm bringing in a sub so that I can traverse the county to go and attend those sorts of things. So that kind of is my recommendation, is to provide staff or the superintendent the leniency to make exceptions in those situations as opposed to completely changing our policy. But Ms. Archer may have a different recommendation on that.
I will tell you, I personally have an issue because you're asking these 6 schools to non-renew current students who have a relationship within that school to make room for school board employee children who would be new. So I have heartache to think that we are asking other students to leave to make room for students who have no relationship with that school. So I think you need to seriously consider the political ramifications of that.
I think clarification would be adjacency would be one, and to not put that student into the formula for general public out of area. That you'd have to have those 2 scenarios in there in order for it to be fair to both our employees and to the general public.
Correct.
Yeah, that's, I agree.
And if you look at what adjacency is, I mean, that you make a very good point, because Viera High, that would include everybody in this building. It would include everyone at Manatee, everyone at Williams, and everyone at Quest.
No.
It would
No,
also
they're not
include-
adjacent.
No,
I mean,
they're not
physically
adjacent. We're
adjacent.
talking physically adjacent. No, they're not.
Which school would be? Which school is to the south of Viera High?
We're talking like
Adjacent.
Delora and Satellite High, Hoover, Indian Atlantic.
Meadow Lane and Meadow Lane and
Meadow Lane
Central.
Meadow Lane.
And Central.
And Central,
They're all
on the
adjacent.
same
They're
campus.
adjacent, they're all on contiguous school board property.
Yeah.
Oh, they're connected.
Connected, adjacent, yes, contiguous property. Because if you don't, then you could say, well, any school that's convenient, now you're opening up Pandora's box.
I think the policy currently, if you want to go to another school, there's the out-of-area process. I agree with Mrs. Archer. I think that this is not necessarily a very good path to go down. As a parent who has been in and will probably soon be in a school that'll be over 100% capacity, to think that anybody else could go into the school and I'm going to be kicked out or even redistricted to allow the other employees to go in, I don't know that I would be happy about that.
But I think I heard Mr. Ziegler say that just like school-based employees are not into the calculation, you're saying these would not be in the calculation? No, they're not.
That's why I say there'd have to be an exclusion to the formula, so that it'd be
then
fair
coming
to
in
the
doesn't
general
push other
public.
people.
But you're talking about a school-based employee on the property on which they work. If that happens to be technically, if that happened to be any employee that they're stationed on that property, that contiguous property, you're just extending the right for their child to attend school on that contiguous property. You're just extending the boundary of a building, but you're not extending the boundary of the property.
I got to say, you're still going to end up kicking other people out.
Not if you don't include them in the formula for calculating your capacity for the general public.
Those people might get kicked out.
This is,
but
this
not
is,
because
this is
the-
already being done. We already do this in a specific school for school-based employees. We're just increasing the definition.
Ms.
No,
Archer.
sir. Actually, all of our students are calculated in our capacity size, included in our PAR. So the other concern of mine would be, class size amendment trumps all when it comes to how we operate under out-of-area. So the principal always has the authority to deny an out-of-area because they are maximized in a particular grade level. You're also, based on policy 7120, the definition is working at the school. It doesn't talk about property, contiguous property.
Understood.
So I worry about a couple of different things because then you could be looking at having to fund additional teaching units for a school that goes over that class size because now we've included school board members as well as removing other students. I just think it's a very sticky wicket we're about to get into by making
Can
these
you then,
allowances.
since we can go on all night, can you draw us up a list of pros and cons to our thoughts on this? Because I believe what the goal is to do more for our employees and try and accommodate them. So with that premise, why don't we draw up some pros and cons of what we have, and then we come back and look at and weigh them out.
Because I guess what would also help is which schools are on contiguous properties. We're talking about Delora and Satellite. We're talking about Indy Atlantic and Hoover. We're talking about Madison Oak Park.
Southwest and Turner.
Southwest Internal. We're talking about Central, Meadow Lane, Meadow Lane.
Meadow Lane and Meadow Lane, yes, Meadow Lane. And Central's right by there? Okay. Sorry, I'm not as
They're all
familiar.
kind of, so yeah, I was trying to
Okay.
think. One,
So I just want to make sure that we're going to
oh yeah,
have
West Side and Bay Side.
we're going to have different policies for different schools. And,
No.
and, the reason the policy is there to begin with is that we want the teachers in those schools to bring their kids so that they could do the clubs, to do whatever. I did talk to a couple of teachers about this who have been in those overcrowded schools who said, not real happy with the fact that anybody else can come in here and not be a part of this school. So I think there's just a little bit more looking into and maybe asking some more questions.
Well, and then
that
I also additionally
needs to
worry
be-
about communicating that to the public, because there are so many gray areas within the out-of-area, and understanding just our list of frozen to incoming and frozen
and I
outgoing,
don't
plus then you have
disagree
the over 100%.
Well,
I'm
and
sorry.
I don't disagree. Somebody always loses because of class size, and I get that. But from my standpoint here tonight, and what's sad is, there's a student that's going to lose no matter what decision we make, but I'm tired of our employees losing. And I feel like if an employee is in a building on the same contiguous campus, they ought to be able to use the school that's on the same campus. And I don't like what you're saying that might happen to those other 5, but those people also signed a form that said they knew that might happen. I signed them myself. When you go to an out-of-area school, you know that's a possibility.
Correct.
And I'm not saying I like saying that sitting here, but I don't like, we had a room full of people here tonight that tell us the sad facts of the teachers that are leaving the profession. I don't want to be sitting here like a Volusia County with 60 full-time subs next year. If we're going to keep a couple more teachers because we allow them to have their kids next door, then we have a lot of kids benefiting from maybe is a couple of benefits that we've offered. These are the things that we're not doing for our teachers that I think that we're paying in the long run for.
You would also be including, I'm assuming, your staff members as well
Yes.
to those same schools.
Mhm.
No, it can't be just teachers. It
Right.
has to be
I
all
agree.
employees or nobody.
I agree. Okay.
And there really isn't a Pandora's box already here in the fact that this currently applies to, and I'm going to use Meadow Lane and Meadow Lane. If they're teaching in one, doesn't mean that the kid can go to the other. Well, that's
Crazy.
nice because we don't use that measurement all the time. There are many measurements we consider those two schools one school for transportation and for comparing elementary to elementary. We do that. So okay, it's okay to combine them and look at those two as one for our purposes, but not to benefit our teachers. So then if you say, well, that's a good point, that we need to do it to benefit our teachers, well, then you get into the adjacency of campuses on common property. So let's just look at the pros and cons, and we realize that it's a sticky wicket, but we'd like to figure out how to do more for our teachers. Our staff.
Alrighty. Thank you.
Ms. Belford?
And I think that the point there in looking at the pros and the cons is also making recommendations as to the most feasible way to approach it, so that it works out in everyone's best interest to the best of our ability. Whether it be only adjacent properties, whether it be, whatever criteria it is that we're going to look at, or if we're going to say the area superintendents know their schools and they can make a determination, or the superintendent can do a waiver, but I do think that we need to consider the benefit to our employees of having that situation, and also the benefit that we gain as a district by having our employees be able, we spend a whole lot of time talking about how important parent involvement is. And if we set it up so that our employees can't be involved as a parent in their child's education, I think that's problematic.
Yeah, it's not what you say. It's not what you say, it's what you do. Agreed. Okay, next item is calendar update. We just want to get the message out again, Dr. Bingley. Would you please remind everybody what the news is?
Governor signed the legislation that you mentioned earlier. It does have the August 10th start date, which means that allows us to go forward with the Calendar A, which has our kids starting on August 12th. You've already approved that. We'll be communicating that. In fact, it's already on the website now, right, Ms. Irwin? So we'll be communicating that aggressively through our schools and through every avenue that we have.
And just to, and make sure on the For the Record, and maybe on media-wise, you can send out, I know one of our speakers tonight, Michelle, talked about how the bill that was signed didn't do anything to help with testing. Well, we did get some reductions. We did get some good things. They didn't throw out the FSA testing, but it may be helpful to kind of send out to our schools, or maybe make sure, work with Pam and or For the Record, that we do show what the governor did sign, that we did get some gains in that. Not perfect, but it's in the right direction.
I'll help you get all that information
Yeah,
if you
I know,
don't have
Karen.
it. I got it.
Okay, so that brings us to, are we at board member reports? Yes. Who wants to start?
I'm going to waive mine.
Okay.
I'm just going to be brief. At the Central Florida School Board Coalition meeting yesterday is mostly legislative updates, and there's just one thing that really stuck out that I had a real problem with, and that had to do, as usual, with public education capital outlay dollars, PICO dollars. Apparently looks like it's going to be about $100 million to charter schools and about $30 million to public schools. And to put that in proportion, they're talking about giving extra capital money to charter schools to the tune of about $400 per student, and extra money to public schools in the form of capital money at $12 per student. Little disparity there, and bias in the legislature for doing all we can to help out charter schools, and hence why we have serious capital problems in this district because of things like that.
Okay, Ms. Henderson?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. That meant I didn't have to. I have talked to Mrs. Van Meter and about the end-of-course testing, the district end-of-course testing. I've asked her to provide us with a list. You don't have to get up. You don't have to do it tonight. We're too tired. Just provide us with a list of the 117 classes, and then maybe we can get Michelle to put it online for us as well, so that all the parents and teachers will know what classes we are doing our end-of-course district, state-mandated end-of-course district testing on.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your board update, but was that impacted by the legislation that was passed today? Because didn't it remove the requirement for district EOCs?
Well, funny you should say that, but we are still giving them on some of our classes. I guess you might want to speak to that, but.
Why would we give a test we don't need to?
Because they will be replacing the current final exams. For example, if you were taking Spanish 1, you're going to take a final exam. The difference is that it would be, since they have already created the tests, they're going to try these this year. and that way everybody's got the same test and
But if
blah,
we
blah,
don't
blah.
like it, we're not going to continue it, right, Ms. Van Meter? This will be our practice year with it?
Well, actually, that's what our plan was, with the fact that we're only going to roll out 117. They were going to be our pilot in preparation for next year. But there's still questions that we are responsible for assessing in some way, shape, or form every course that we do teach. So, yes, the language says we think no district end-of-course exams are required, but they still have charged districts with coming up with a policy to assess our children at the end of the courses. So that will be coming back to you after we've had an opportunity to get a real clear interpretation of the new language.
Let's make sure, though, we're clear what these were. These were common assessments where teachers came together. If to use Spanish as an example, a group of Spanish teachers came together, created a common assessment. It will now be their final exam as opposed to the individual Spanish teachers. Is that correct?
That is
Ms.
correct.
Van Meeren? That's what we're talking about for, and of course, they're not used for teacher evaluation. They're not, they become the final exam.
In addition, they are not 30% of the grade. As a matter of fact, when we spoke this morning, it was whatever the teacher would normally do with their final.
Well, it's still the 40-40-20. Their final exam always counted as 20%, correct? But as far as the score on that exam, that has not been determined at a district level, correct?
And we would not want to do something to our students that we wouldn't want the state to do to us, which is to give them the test and count it without doing it as a baseline first.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Well, I'm saying we don't. What's that?
Well, they have to take a final anyway.
They are going to take an exam that will count 20%, that, no, however that's done.
But at least the teacher knows what the exam's going to be ahead of time.
No.
Oh, they don't?
These exams will
right.
be secured and they'll be rolled out and deployed all at one time. No, they won't have access to the exam prior to the test date.
Well, except for those 5 teachers that put it together, right?
That is correct.
That gives us distinct advantage to those 5.
Well, they made a commitment that these would be secure and they would not share that information.
Yeah, but their but their students are going to have a leg up.
But they're not all necessarily, they may teach more than just chemistry. They may teach more than just Spanish 1. They may be Spanish 2, Spanish 3 teachers also. We just have to trust that our teachers will do what they have made a commitment to do, and they will keep this confidential at this time.
Do you want more information on
Sure. I don't care, whatever you want. At this point, it's after 10. You tell me.
Why don't you provide the board with as much information as you can, and we can discuss this at a further time, but, one of the things we don't want to do is harm our kids, stress them out anymore. I know my daughter's completely stressed over thinking about this. The only good thing is they're not doing Spanish 2. Which is why we want the list.
And one more clarification that Karen just said is a reminder to me that, the teachers created all the test items. The resource teachers compiled the test.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Right.
That's why I thought that the teachers knew the test items. They've seen the items, but they don't know what.
They have contributed to the creation of the test items, but
Okay.
not what test items are right now on the test.
Okay.
The only caution I would give is we've got teachers who believe they're not creating the exam. The exam in chemistry, for instance, is a common assessment that chemistry teachers provided. So we're just going to need, if you're going to say we're not going to do that, we're going to give them, they have to have time to then go in and create an exam that right now they don't think they're doing.
No,
So-
I'm okay.
No, I just wanted, the point is that this has been up in the air. We didn't know what classes. I mean, it started out as 913, remember? And now it's down to 117 that we're able to give. I think that we owe it to everyone in this district so they know which ones are coming out on those end of course tests and which ones are going to have their own personal final. Because that's important to kids. It really is, especially after this whole FSA stuff.
They have been provided that information several times, Mrs. Henderson, so they know which tests are district-created tests, which ones are teacher-created tests. That information started being rolled out in November. It was resent out in January, February, and April 1st was the last iteration that went out with just a little tweaking. But they know which tests are coming from the district. They know that.
Kids do?
Well, I'm not sure about the children, but I know the teachers know what tests.
And I'm saying, as a parent, I want to know. I want to know which ones.
I guess one other point, too, that I don't know that we made, teachers obviously set the grading scale with that. So, in other words, they're going to be reporting what's an A, a B, a C, a D, like they always have. That's correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
There is flexibility.
Yeah, so if all their students, so they're going to set their own grading scale. Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Mr. Craig?
While you're there, the only thing that I think we're kind of missing in this discussion is that, we've heard from a variety of sources, and we have sat here and complained about the number of taking exams and taking the flexibility away from teachers, and now we're saying just because we spent the time to put these together that we're going to go ahead and use them. And we'll see if they go, we'll see if it's a good idea. That's the... I don't think that was the intent of the law. I mean, we had a legislative platform that asked to remove that stuff, and now we've removed it, and now we're going to continue to use it. I'm a little confused there because, I want the teacher to decide. If the teacher wants to use it, great. If the teacher wants to go create their own exam, great. If that's within the law, then that's what I think they should do.
Mr. Craig, we've had this conversation so much within the resource teachers and the curriculum and instruction folks at the district. And the comments that they have been receiving from the schools, from teachers, from principals who have been doing their evaluations, is they have been applauding this direction that we've gone in because the teachers are being required to address the standards, the newly adopted standards that the state has sent down to us. And they will tell you that for some folks, it's the first time that they have been absolutely focusing on the standards because they've not been the creator of the final exam. This is a final exam that covers the standards that are required, and so the teachers are being held to those standards. That's been a good thing. So, as yesterday's legislation came down and the governor signed the bill, we started talking about the values of these assessments. And a common assessment, to know that your child at Merritt Island is being taught the identical standards as a child at Vieira High or at Mel High. And at the end, we know that our teachers will have covered the same material. And that's very important because that has not been happening. So that's the direction we've moved in. An Algebra 1 course or an Algebra 2 or a Calculus or an AP, we hope it will be consistent across the district, not just what school you're going to.
Okay, but that's the curriculum. That's not the test.
It's the standards that are being tested.
That's correct. So it's the standards that are being taught throughout the year. That the test should be up to the individual teacher. If they have that resource in front of them, I mean, we sat there and argued for that. We said, hey, let the teachers decide. Let's give them a toolbox and let them pick it. We sat in that room right over there and said that. And now we've been given that opportunity, and we're telling them that, well, you got to use the one that we've created.
Created by teachers who teach the same course.
But it needs to be their choice. It needs to be the teacher's choice. That's the way I interpret the legislation, is that this is now now it's up to the district to decide. We've been pushing hard to let the districts decide how we're going to do it. And I'm not, this is the discussion we need to have. because this is what the legislation is allowing us to do. We argued hard for this. We had people that worked really, really hard up here a lot, and I just think that
So maybe what I'm
if,
hearing is maybe we have some board discussion at a future workshop on this. Now, is that now, when we get the law and we start digging into it, because one of the things we'll get from FSBA at our June meeting, which I'm hoping you've all signed up for.
We're going to get some stuff before then, but.
Right, but we're going to need to sit down.
I would agree.
And then we'll hash this out. I think we're too close to final exams to change things now, or instead of Deborah Pace running out screaming, we're going to have Cindy running out, and we can't have that.
No, I'm not, but the only thing I'll say in closing is that we have been part of conversations for several years, people lamenting about the rigor of an exam that has been given and the lack of rigor that has been in an exam that has been given. This would give us an opportunity for some consistency across the district.
And the other thing that it will do, I mean, there is some good out of this, and that is that we will know which teachers are teaching to the standards and which ones aren't.
That's correct.
You know, so there is some good coming out of this. You know, part of the problem with what happened on the
So wait a minute.
on those testing is the fact that they wrote the law and didn't give us enough time to create them the way that they wanted to begin with. That's
So now I'm going to accuse you of what you're accusing. You got through saying now we'll know which teachers are teaching the standards or not. So now you're saying we're going to use a test to grade teachers? Are you really sure you want to go down that road, Mrs. Henderson?
No, I'm not saying that that's how you use it, but you will, that
Isn't that
teacher.
what you just said?
But the teacher will know if they're doing it right, because, you know what? I'm not trying to be, I don't know if you're trying to be funny, I was not saying that.
Well, I'm just saying, it's, the reason I said it is that it's not so black and white. And I guess that's what I'm trying to say to all of you, is I know that's not what you meant. So that's why I made my comment, and that's what I'm trying to say.
I'm going to bed.
So I think we need to have further discussions. There is no right or wrong, but we have to add to that.
I just want to add, uniformity does have value, and at the same time, we need to listen to what we're being told by our teachers, and while we may like to give them the option, we don't want to put extra work on them.
Right.
So I'd really like to hear what they think about that. Do they appreciate to have that done, and then they can choose to use it as opposed to then having to labor over generating their own tests? Personally, if I was a teacher, I would like that uniformity. So to be discussed at a further time, I agree.
Okay. Well, in the interest of time, especially since it looks like Mrs. Henderson is already packing up her purse here, I haven't given my report yet. Oh, Mr. Craig?
No, I just had, I had one more quick thing for Ms. Van Meter, and it was only because Ms. Brooks, Emily Brooks, and it's as a board request, Ms. Van Meter. Sorry. You don't have to come back up, but all I'm going to ask is that the young lady that spoke from Vieira High School, Ms. Brooks, about language arts and curriculum and books, I'd like to get smarter on that. I'd like to know what our options are as far as being able to shift focus in that way, and I don't know what it is. So, and I don't need the answer now, but if we could have that discussion, I'd appreciate that.
I was actually going to make a recommendation. It's funny that that topic came up because Mrs. Van Meter, one of the things, please sit down, relax. Okay. I was actually going to recommend, since we have 2 new board members, this has been a brand new year with how we only usually have 1 new board member at a time. I thought it might be a good item, this would be kind of a future thing to add to our board list, Pam, to review with the board how we go through textbook adoption, how that works with how the standards are set by the state, how textbooks are selected, what comes to us, kind of how the cycle works, because that's part of what I think Mr. Craig's asking, is how does it get down to the young lady from Vieira High School getting a literature book that is more nonfiction as opposed to the fiction that it used to be. And I've seen the books, and we didn't have a lot of choice. That came down from Tallahassee in their infinite wisdom. But for a future, I'm talking a few months, I'm thinking maybe early fall type of thing, but it would probably be you meet with him before then, but it would be good for the board as a whole to have a review on how do we go through textbook adoption, how does it work, what's the cycle, all of that. Okay, all I'm going to do for my report, because otherwise I think Mrs. Henderson's going to leave on me up here. Okay, at one of our meetings, I asked for a list of all the committees that are out there. And it was in the board update. Mr. Ziegler, have you seen that board update? No. Oh, God. Okay, your assignment this week, Mr. Ziegler.
I'm about a week behind on emails, too. Do you want to know that?
It's actually 2 weeks back. Okay, I went through and looked at all the committees. I'd like for all of you to look at those committees, look at when they meet, see if there's already a board member on this. I've already told Mr. Ziegler, since he has a passion for health insurance, that I am fine with appointing him to the Superintendent's Insurance Advisory Council. So that's your baby. Take a look at the other ones. Email me and let me know if you are interested at one of the other ones, or is that Breaking Sunshine if they do that to me, Harold? And I will point you to that committee. Some of them, yeah, look at when they're meeting. Some of them obviously are not appropriate. For example, the oversight committee for the half cent. We're not going to put somebody on that one because that one's not appropriate. But look at the committees and see if there's one that already doesn't have a board member and it's one that you would like to attend. Let me know. You look puzzled. You had that wrinkle like you had a question.
I'm just not certain that it wouldn't be appropriate for us to have someone just attend in observance of the oversight.
You need to be on the mic.
Oh, sorry, it's getting late. I'm just not sure that I agree that it wouldn't be appropriate for us to have a non-voting board member in attendance at the ICOC.
Oh, okay. Harold, what do you think?
You know, a board member can attend any committee that they want to, as long as they don't try to influence the committee. I mean, that's already in your bylaws.
Right, but I mean, for example, I sit on the audit committee.
Well, yeah,
but I don't
but
vote.
that's in that charter. That's specifically in.
But it's not in that charter, is it?
No.
See, that's the difference. It's not in their charter.
But are their meetings public?
Yes, they are public.
So we could still, as board members, attend so that we are in the loop with what's
In the
going on.
In the audience,
not
yeah,
at the
but
table.
Correct.
two board members couldn't attend and get engaged in conversation.
Okay.
But you can attend, but you know what you don't want to do is you want to make sure the committee can do what they're doing without being unduly hampered by the board members in
So
there.
you as an individual want to go, but I can't appoint you to attend those. That will be your own individual decision.
Well, I'm thinking it might actually be better to just kind of come to an agreement as to who will regularly attend as an observer, because otherwise we may end up with two board members attending accidentally, you know what I mean? If we have someone who, okay, Andy's going to go to the ICOC meetings each time and observe, then we know it's him
There's a
going.
difference between going to observe and being an ex officio member.
There is, and there's a benefit to the ex officio part in that I've sat in on some things where there are misperceptions on the board's behalf. And for example, I sat in a while back on the out-of-area appeals to observe that process, and they were all talking about worrying what the board wanted, and I had to clarify that it's not what the board wants, it's what they want. And so it's good to have a board member there to clear up misperceptions of policy or even, you know, general board intention, maybe answer some questions. So, and of course not vote, but just be there to help them understand the scope of what they're appointed to do.
It's absolutely up to the board, but right now your board policy says that a board member may attend any committee, but, and I'm going to paraphrase it, but, you know, is not to actively participate in the discussion. I think that's what it says.
Well, this is very common amongst many boards throughout the state. I've asked a lot of questions on this, so if we need to adjust a policy for participation, then we'll have to look at that.
Okay, well, take a look.
Well,
Take
take-
a look at what's out there, folks, and we'll bring it back. But I don't want to dig into the details tonight, otherwise we're going to lose Mrs. Henderson up here. Okay, so Dr. Bingley.
Hey, it's early compared to getting home from Science and Engineering Fair, where the I-4 renovation got me home at 1:45 a.m., so it's really pretty early at this point. But I went there and saw great teachers who supported great and committed, passionate kids. And again, they did great. That's great a few times. 8 first place, there are 26 categories. We had a boatload of second place. In fact, if you've ever been there, they line the first place up and they line the second place up. You look down to Brevard's little section and half our chairs are gone because the kids are in line. It was a very positive night to be there, and I just felt good about finishing this night talking about it. So we'll give you more information on that, but our kids once again did us proud, and they had great teachers supporting them.
Okay, and to each and every one of our administrators back there, I know this has been a very, very long night. I just want to give my personal thanks to each and every one of you for making our jobs easy and making us look good, because I know you guys all were here very early this morning, and you're going to be back very early tomorrow, so please drive carefully. Thank you for your hard work. You're also very much appreciated. We talked a lot about teachers tonight. We couldn't do our jobs without all of you, so thank you. This meeting's adjourned.